Hey, am I there? Hello? Is anybody home? I'm going to have to double check this because I think that we had to switch over to some Ethernet. And as a result of switching over to the Ethernet, yes, we're back. We're back. It's resurrecting. We're back in the game. Oh, I'm so happy about it. Oh, man. Okay, look, Weeboo Jones. I'm sorry to leave you on such a cliffhanger of reacting to a video with no views, but here we are. We are back. Now, just before we start this again, is it still lagging? Let me know. Come on. I know that there is this lag time. And I am still... Hi, King. Hi, Queen. Oh, it's Jaden. That's a guy. Anyway, the point is, we're back. We're back. It looks like it's way faster now. Yes. I don't know. For whatever reason, our little wire died. And so we had to replace it and do some things that I don't understand what I'm doing. So I had to ring up my editor, who was obviously really pissed off because he was doing pub trivia today. What do you mean? No. Crispy AF. Good. Not at the moment. No, all good, man. No lag. Okay, no lag. Thank God. Not lagging. Good. All right, let's continue on. In case you missed out, I have also missed out. I need to do something to make that screen work. There we go. In case you missed out, what we were looking through is one of those no-name YouTubers that is too scared to show their face for deep-seated psychological reasons that we were discussing in lieu of the fact that the guy is too much of a coward to make a point. Apparently, it's been 4 minutes so far, and he's just sitting there saying like, oh, it's all the system, man, and everybody in the system sucks. Except me, I'm a genius. Everybody else who actually does things in the real world, though, public servants, bureaucrats, politicians, they're all shit because of the system, whatever that is. And he's being really, really nebulous about it so far. It's just, you know, first year uni stoner bullshit. And that's why I'm a bad person, because I don't use the specific words that he uses. Yeah. And the Labor Party apparently is in on this big business system that is all in this massive conspiracy to destroy the working man, even though that is a workers' party. And it's only a workers' party in name, guys. Have you ever heard that one before? He's not given any examples so far. In fact, the one example that he does give, now that I've noticed, how dumb is this? While he's sitting there and explaining, watch this.
But they don't just use the Liberal Party.
But they don't just use the Liberal Party for their big business interests. You ready for this? Hang on. Look at this. Look at the headline. Look at the headline. I'll try and get out of the way. PM defends IR policy from big business. So he's such an idiot that while explaining that the Labor Party is in this big conspiracy theory with big business, and big business secretly controls the Labor Party. Did you know that? Have you ever heard that before as well from anywhere outside of a Greens press release? Anyway, the point is, they are controlled by big business, shows the Prime Minister making an announcement talking about his massive IR reform, I'm guessing, which is closing the loopholes, which I know for a fact this guy is not aware of. The reason that I know that is because he doesn't understand the right to disconnect, but he was smug while doing it, showing a bill that died in the arse, proudly Googling one thing. That was his, oh, this is the first thing that you Google. You can't make this up. I mean, what a dumb fuck. Seriously. Saw you show Mackay. Very good. How about those pool players? That was sick. The pool players were the icing on the cake. While he's doing that and saying that, you know, the Labor Party is in cahoots with big business, he shows Albanese in a massive fight that the Labor Party had with big business about right to disconnect was part of it, but that was like a tiny subsect of what was the main aims in that, which was same job, same pay. This has elevated people's pay by like up to $50,000 in some scenarios. And it's huge. It is massive. It has massively reduced the amount of casualisation in this country. It is wrestling back over $100 billion in stolen wages. We're talking about all in total, probably hundreds of billions of dollars of wealth transfer away from corporations and to workers. And this asshole is sitting there saying that the Labor Party is controlled by business while showing him making an announcement of defending his IR policy from big business. Such a dope. Such an absolute dope. This guy, it is honestly incredible how bad this guy is at this. Like, that last thing of like, this is the first thing you Google when he's talking about the right to disconnect, that was honestly shocking because it really does show, just so you know from the previous one, he started this by saying like, Friendly Jordy's audience doesn't read and I'm like this mad intellectual. It's just, it started with the pseudo-intellectual vibes like straight off the bat. I actually read things, and then he shows a PDF that's on page 1. I've read manufacturing consent actually, and then doesn't seem to understand what the main point of the manufacturing consent is, you know? But anyway, the main gist of it is that guy got out a bill that was a private member's bill that died, showed that, was withdrawn a couple of months later. This is the great genius pseudo-intellectual of our time. This is the mega brain here. This is the guy sitting there saying like, this is why we have right to disconnect. He's pointing to a dead fucking bill on screen, and it says that it's dead on the page that he's showing, and he's too stupid to read it. And now we have this. I can't believe it. I'm kind of glad that the internet died. We've got this now. This is why they're in cahoots with big business, everyone. Anyway, we'll get on to his other stupid point because, you know, this really just shows what we're getting set up for, which is that it's yet again another Swollen Pickles, another Gary Awesome, just these cunts that are obviously ugly losers, that are too scared to show their face, that still want their voices to be heard for some reason, despite the fact that that is a very good psychological tell that they are not confident in their opinions. And why aren't they confident in their opinions? Because they're obviously just trying to assert a form of reality into the world and keep that for whatever reason. Just like, this is what reality's like. This is why I suck. It's because of communism. I mean, capitalism. Communism's the one that I like. I was thinking of Gary Awesome there, but, you know, capitalism. That's why I'm a little neat. That's why I'm a little neat, too scared to show my face. Capitalism. Hey, Jordan, did you know Shane Dowling of Kangaroo Court is still pushing the where is the $1 million Friendly Jordan's conspiracy theory? By the way, love your work. Keep winning, mate. God, it feels good to win, doesn't it? Hey, yes, I do. And there is a video coming out about that. But in the meantime, we'll just talk to this pissant.
Interested in maintaining and strengthening the economic base that they own and run. But they don't just use the Liberal Party.
Because they're bought by the mining industry. Which Labor MP is sitting there? There might be one, but there seems to be a hell of a lot of Nationals. Anthony Albanese isn't doing this grovelling speech to the mining industry's Christmas party, is he?
Much, Madeline, and thanks Simon and Rio Tinto for hosting us here today. It gave me an opportunity to once again see firsthand the operation that is so vital for our national economy. During the pandemic, it was the WA resources sector that was absolutely critical for keeping our national economy going. And everyone I spoke to today seems to have worked for this company for 20 or 30 or 40 years. It says something about the commitment that this company has had to Australia and the work that they do that is so vital for our national economy.
I mean, I know it wasn't Christmas, but come on, Jordan, where's the Albo exposed at Rio Tinto conference video? Now,
See, this is what we're getting in for right now. This is going to be a really painful video because there is no way that that dumb piece of shit is that dumb, right? There is no way. He's just deliberately being dishonest. Because to get that clip of me saying, why are they all meeting here and talking about this groveling speech, of which he didn't show any of it, you can go watch it. We did another live stream on it. That was the Gina Reinhart Christmas party that got like heaps of traction, where it was Peter Dutton coming out at that Christmas party and saying that, you know, the Liberal Party will be the mining industry's greatest friend. Here's what we're going to do for the mining industry. And then listed basically scrapping all the regulation that the Labor Party put on it, fast tracking all of the stuff that the Labor Party hasn't approved yet, talking about getting rid of all of their environmental protections, and also if there are any remaining on the books, they will just let them stall. They will just widely ignore them. What was the other thing that he was talking about massively in that? Oh yeah, that's right. Getting rid of Future Made in Australia. Getting rid of Future Made in Australia. Go watch our video on that. That was the speech that Peter Dutton was making at the Christmas party behind closed doors. Then you have him showing this stupid asshole. Like, what a dishonest piece of shit. What a fucking snake. Seriously. That is just such a bad... Like, you know that is a bad false comparison that you're making there. You know this. And he's doing it anyway. This is what they always do, these faceless cunts. Like, they I swear to God, the reason that they don't show their face is because of that. Like, they know they're being dishonest and they don't want their dishonesty linked to their face. It's so cowardly. Then you have Anthony Albanese coming out in a public press conference saying the mining industry is very vital. Thank you very much for having this meeting. We're talking about how important the mining industry is, like he does with fucking every industry there is. You have other footage of him just walking out. Like this is what prime ministers do. They walk from industry to industry just going like, the Tomato Growers Association is a very important part of the Australian economy. It has a proud history of tomato growing. Then they just move over to, I don't know, like the fucking Bartenders Association. Bartending is the glue of the whole society. You get out, like, show all of that. The point is, asshole, that was public. That was public. And on top of that, it is in no universe comparable to Gina Rinehart in that very meeting actively talking about how the fuck are they going to get rid of the Albanese government. First off, it's complaining about all of the restrictions and environmental restrictions that they have put onto mining, complaining about the tax that they're paying, and then you have Peter Dutton saying that he's going to get rid of all of that. How are you even comparing these two things? How? This is really, really scummy straight off the bat. And the worst thing is, let's be honest about this. I really don't think that you're that stupid. And that's actually worse. You are worse for doing that. Why would you make that comparison? And it's also extremely scummy that you show none of what Peter Dutton is saying, and then you show Anthony Albanese, and then you clip. He's going to do this the whole time because they always do this. They just find like little random things that you say live like this. And obviously, when you say things live, it's not going to be as well constructed, and the words aren't going to be like as deliberately crafted together so that you have like, you know, this smooth outline of what you're saying. You're reacting for 6 hours, and then he just cuts me saying like, oh, there's no mining meeting there or whatever, as like a side note or something like that. It doesn't show the meat, the absolute meat of what is being shown there, which is Peter Dutton plotting with Gina Rinehart about how to get rid of the Albanese government. And then they're saying that these two things are the exact same thing. Yeah. Albanese is out there publicly denouncing the Albanese government. It's just honestly astonishing. And he would have had to ignore so many points in that Christmas meeting of them complaining about all the government regulation that they had put on them. And he just ignores all of that and then shows Albanese saying like a couple of kind words about the mining industry, which, shock horror, is what prime ministers do all the fucking time to every industry there is. Because, dude, they do that shit. They go around like tours of every fucking world leader ever of just walking around and just being like, oh, so that's what the military does. Nice. It's like, it's the, you know, the king shit that they do. Bridget McKenzie was laying the boot into Lee tonight on the 7:30 report. Lee's office responded to the interview in real time to say that the receipts about the Nats wanting to break shadow cabinet. Solidarity. Ace. All right, we'll look that up at another time when it comes out. Just as the Spaniards did during the reign of the Spanish king in the 1700s, I think that we should talk with a lisp in full respect of Anthony Albanese. Hell yeah, dude. So I was off topic. If Labor's in until the early 2030s, when renewable to make 82% of the energy is the fight one, will the Libs be arguing about not converting the last 15%? No. Look, that's the whole thing. It's like, look, if they get a couple more terms after this, the fight's over. The energy transition has happened. It's the same thing that happened with the SA Liberals. Actually, I don't even know if that's true. They might have been supportive of it from the very beginning, but at some point you get through the transition and it's happened. It's like Medicare just being introduced for a small amount of time. After a while, it's just been there for too long and people know what the program is and so they're aware of it. They've interacted with it. And then if the Liberals come out and say, we're going to get rid of it, it's not going to work.
I can think of a couple of responses that Jordan would have. One, he'd justify it by saying it's necessary to kiss up to the mining industry to not get turfed out of government. Or
Didn't say that. Didn't have to either, because you're such a dishonest snake that wasn't even necessary. You know? Like, first off, yeah, I think that actually is just like the give and take of government. You can sit there and make it sound like as like, simpy as possible. Again, very strong words for a man that's too afraid to show his fucking face. That like, everyone else is a coward except this cunt. But I will say this as well. Didn't have to go there. You know why? Because you are so dishonest, you are so slimy that you try and make this mad false equivalency between what Peter Dutton said and what Anthony Albanese said publicly. It's not even comparable and you know it.
Or he might actually justify the rhetoric of Rio Tinto, that it's so valuable for our economy despite making numerous videos in the past debunking that position.
I didn't say either of those things. Jesus Christ. This guy, you can tell, thinks he's such a genius. Can't you? He really thinks that he's just like the smartest man that's ever lived. I'm just going to debunk what he said before he said it. Well, you were wrong on both counts. Holy shit, you suck, dude.
But regardless, something Geordie's has said so confidently isn't happening did happen. And I mean, you can find many, many, many instances of him poorly post-talk rationalizing things.
Okay, so first off, I wasn't poorly post-hoc rationalizing anything. This is incredible. This guy just this is like not even straw manning an argument, is it? This is just like imagining that you're going to have a straw man in the future and destroying that straw man in your imagination. Holy fuck, this guy's deluded. Like, that never happened, dude. I had a completely different response to the ones that you just imagined, and then you're just going off onto the responses that you imagined in your head. And on top of that, you really aren't in a position to be sitting there and just like saying that I'm post-rationalizing things. You had the conclusion that the Labor Party and the Liberal Party are exactly the same. The way that you reached that conclusion was by showing what Anthony Albanese said, not showing what Peter Dutton said, you fucking snake. Because you know that it just immediately disproves your point. Like, if you showed that to your dumb shit piece of shit audience of just a bunch of neats on Reddit sitting around being like, socialism or whatever the fuck they are, that kind of fuckwit, even they would sit there and be like, that is extremely dishonest what you just did. That in no way is a fair comparison. Hang on, before we continue on. As a volunteer firefighter, I hated how these people after the right to disconnect that enables us for other volunteering in general ecosystem farm, but pretending to be pro-emergency services, pro-community family. Yeah, it's fucked, isn't it? It's really fucked. It's really fucked. Geordies, I don't think he realizes Rio Tinto doesn't mine coal either. They saw it. Oh my God, I didn't even think about that. What a fucking idiot. Fuck. Okay, sorry, yes. They think that the future is moved into mining of rare earth minerals and iron ore, which is exactly what they're talking about with like Future Made in Australia, right? The whole point, and this is why I think it's just such a smarter idea what the Labor Party has as opposed to those shitty dumb shit Australia Institute things of like, let's try taxing them again. You know, it's like what this guy's saying there. It's just like, actually, how about we do this instead? How about we work together in developing a rare earth mineral supply chain where the government has a stake in it so we get our profit that way, you know? Like, it basically is the same as tax going into a business partnership with them, you know? Geordies, have you read Revolt of the Public by Martin Gurry, Christopher Lasch meets Noam Chomsky? Author of Theory of the Leisure Class? No, I have not, and I want to read that immediately. Sorry, we are stopping the stream because I am getting that fucking book. It's obviously just, Christopher Lasch's play on words of Revolt of the Elites, right? Like, he was playing off of this Martin Gurry character. Read that. Martin Gurry. Revolt of the Public. All right, sorry, I am just going to buy this and then I will start talking again. I will get that. Yep. Come on, come on. Amazon doesn't have it being convenient enough that I can just immediately have it. And then, what was the other one that I need to find? Martin Gurry, Christopher Lasch meets author of Theory of the Leisure Class. Yes, okay, we'll get that as well. Future Made in Australia will lead us to some of the best innovations in manufacturing since Horde Falcon in the 1990s. Changed my mind. I'm not going to change your mind on that one, the Pearl. That is exactly what it's going to do. Oi, Geordies, you sick cunt. Can you see Labor getting a majority in both houses in the next election or the one after? I mean, it is such a big ask to get a... It's very... Okay, look, I mean, theoretically, I guess Howard did it, but far out, that was a fluke in itself. I suppose they're kind of setting themselves up for it at some point to just sort of stumble into that. All right, hang on. Let me just get Theory of the Leisure class as well, even though I think this might be a little bit outdated for my purposes. Nonetheless, thank you for those recommendations, good sir. All right. Let's continue on.
Like in this video.
Shows that the mining sector has, for the second year in a row, paid more tax than all other sectors of the economy combined. 43.
What? No way is that true. The mining industry is 10% of Australia's GDP, I think. There is no way. This is the second year in a row that the mining sector paid more tax than all other sectors combined, paying more than 5 times they did in 2014 to 2015. Jesus Christ, there you go. Okay, so, this is the thing that they're complaining about. What
the fuck is that? Like, that's not post-rationalization ad hoc. Do you understand basic social communication? You clearly don't, do you? It's again another telltale sign of this man having like a very sad, pathetic life by himself, no friends, because right there, it just really shows that you can't tell what basic sentences are. When someone says like, no way, I don't believe it, they're clearly curious and open to it being wrong. You're sitting there taking it literally. Like, guys, I'm sorry, but this guy has a bit of a kiss of the tism, right? Like, he clearly has that. It's just like, but he said that there's no, but he said the literal thing, so I'm just going to interpret it as a literal thing. Are you seriously that fucked in the head? What the fuck is wrong with you? Really? That's your opinion so far? That I'm like, you know, I'm seriously saying it's like, it's honestly incredible. It's like you haven't had a conversation with a normal human being in your entire life. How many times have you ever been with somebody and they've said the thing of just like, no way, no way, no way, bullshit. Like, you say this, I can't believe that I'm even saying this. It really just feels like I'm giving like English lessons to like an ESL class or something like that. What the fuck? Honestly, man, this is really pathetic. Like, these hit jobs are always just like, oh, we're just going to like get him on stream. We're going to get him in a podcast, which is always just like so dog shit in itself. It's like, yeah, obviously the things that I say on here are not going to be anywhere near as well crafted as a video that we've been spending a lot of time and thinking about. Yeah. So it's kind of just a dog shit move to just like grab people on podcasts regardless. But even doing that, that's pathetic. That was really, really bad. That is not an indictment on me at all. That is a huge, massive indictment on your social skills. Hey, Jordan, love the work. I hope that you keep it up. A bit of unrelated question, but I've been considering moving to Australia from the USA for a while now. Is it a good idea? I will tell you this. If you want to do anything except for go to Hollywood, yes. Honestly, Australia is the best country on earth, thanks to the Labor Party, by the way. The thing that this piece of shit is endlessly shitting on because basically he's just not as smart as he thinks he is, frankly. But I will say this. I think it's probably a good idea to move away from the United States. Just maybe. Just on the D-Lo. Look, unless you're in my specific field of being like a streamer or a content creator or an actor or something like that, living in Australia is better in every single way you could imagine, unless you want to go snowboarding or something. And even then, we've got enough. It's just not great. But we're right next door to New Zealand, so stop your whining. Hey, Geordies, why didn't your last show come to Geelong? The Sphinx seemed like a pretty good venue and had a good turnout last time. I did go last time. I did. You just didn't come. Come this time. I will release that video, actually, because I think that a lot of people liked it. Before the 2022 election, in one of your videos, you included a few teals in a list of independents you liked. When did your mind change about them? Well, it's just because, dude, I fell for the propaganda as well. I fully get it. Like, if you don't follow this shit endlessly, your understanding of politics is just going to be whatever is advertised in front of you, you know? And while you're in the throw of an election and then you have all of these people and Simon Holmes are caught putting all this money to out the Liberal Party, it's like, yeah, go for it. That's awesome. But then their message changed from, we're going to get rid of the Liberal Party and send them a message to, oh, both major parties suck. And at that point, I just thought, okay, you cunts. Like, look, this is what they're doing. They're just feeding into the two acceptable media narratives in this country. The first one is the Liberal Party's mad. When that's on the nose, it just moves to, oh, actually, both major parties suck. And they're just feeding into that. And they've got hundreds of millions of dollars getting pumped into it from fucking Simon Holmes, according to that. Ironically, what this arsehole's endlessly talking about, class of cunts. And at that point, I was just like, yeah, well, fuck you guys. You know, I'm glad that they exist because they are a drain on the Liberal Party that is, again, just another splinter like the Nationals, like One Nation, and it is holding them out. And it is something that is an endless money suckhole to them. But in terms of their aesthetics, in terms of what they stand for, you shouldn't see them as some great white hope, you know? Like, you should see them in the same way that you see One Nation, which is that they're good as long as they are sucking on the Liberal Party's primary vote. But other than that, you know, it's dog shit. How much money to get your autograph? Oh, $7.99 should cover it. You don't have to give me anything. If you ever meet me in the street and have a pin, I'll give it if you don't want it. People like swollen dickles tend to be one of two types of people. Rich Nepo babies wanting to feel better about being rich, or jobless losers by choice. Yeah, it's always the same, isn't it? Always. Always. And this guy's just another fucking swollen pickles. It's the same thing. It's just unfairly clipping people out of context endlessly and then defeating this, you know, lie in your own head with a bunch of editing and time to sit there and think about it. And even then, it's like, holy shit, that's bad. You know, like that guy, even when he had the time to edit and sit there and be very cool, hiding his voice like he's the Wizard of Oz, and he still just completely gives away the game that he is a complete and utter loser with no social skills.
Nina Reinhardt is saying there is that the Labor government is forcing them to pay their resources, for our resources. They're getting the mining sector to pay more than all the other sectors combined.
What? No way is that true.
Did you catch it? It went from no way.
Dude, this is, can I just say that this is really pathetic that you can't even show your hand? Like, do you really think that you're going to be taken very seriously as just this voice? You're basically, you're just a slop tuber. That's it. You're a slop tuber with just a much more annoying, obnoxious view of the world. That's all you'll ever be with this. Can you at least grow the fuck up? Seriously. How pathetic is this, that he just has to show this hand to be like, did you catch that? It's like, he had to edit that in. Like, think about the time and effort that that took. Also, he could just hide himself because he's such a fucking spineless weasel. Hey, Jordan, love your content and would like to be asked, more New Zealand videos are coming out. Need to help get Labour back. I love it. It's called Labour there. Very charming. Yeah, actually, I will. I will do it when it comes closer to the election. I think that you guys probably have a fairly good chance as well. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but they're not having a very good first term, are they? Have you checked in with King Prawn lately? I missed the crustacean. Top bloke. Hopefully he's doing well after he got married. No, I've got to see what Prawny's up to. I'll give him an interview and see what look, maybe we'll get him on the stream. Hey, Jimbo, any stock market predictions? Lol, you've been accurate so far with the political predictions. Any chance you might branch out? Dude, please don't get me to predict anything. I'm terrible at it. I'm so bad at predicting things. Oh, don't make me do it! Look, all I know is index funds is the best thing that you could ever do. And that's it. And that's not a prediction. That's just based off of history, which is not a good way to look at the stock market anyway. But I think that we can all safely say that if you put your money in something like Vanguard, it's probably going to do better than you just picking stocks. Have you seen Drew Locale's Pavlou reaction to your vid? No, I have not. I'll look at that. All right, we'll look at that next time.
Why is that true? Actually, it's a really good thing, and the reason why it's happening is the Labour Party.
No, dude, that's not what happened. Oh, you're such a dumb shit. Holy fuck. The thing is, this guy, you can't explain to this guy anything because you just know. And I know from how stupid he was with his first little TikTok that I responded to. This is a guy that is never going to admit that he's wrong ever. You know, he'll never admit it. It's such a pathetic, juvenile trait. And if he could just admit, for instance, that the first thing that he did was an extremely dishonest comparison. The second point that he's had so far is like an interpretation of my tone. That's how pathetic we are. So far, we're 6 minutes and 30 minutes in. So far, the pieces of evidence that he's put forward is being extremely dishonest and misleading about what Peter Dutton said by not even showing what he said. And then the second thing is like making comments on my tone and making interpretations into that. Like real slop tuber shit. Is there an indication of the fall of the centre-right party will lead to the rise of a populist party like Reforming in the UK? I don't know. I don't know much. Nah, it's because it just can't happen in this country. I mean, look, you will have them. You'll have your One Nations and all that, but it's because of our voting system here. They're always just going to have to mellow out and stay in the centre like that. I would like to see Marcus Paul again. I really, really don't like the phrases, you know, centre left and stuff, but to use your phrases. I would also love to see Marcus Paul on the stream. I miss his legendary King Prawn. He's been such a great voice in a massive void that is the media. Yeah, he was. He was really good. Marcus, he was a good guy. He really was. My girlfriend's from Canberra. I'm over in the US. We always enjoy watching the new Geordie's vid whenever it drops together. Great exposure to another country's politics. Cheers. That is lovely. You tell your wife I said hi, yeah?
Which, by the way, isn't really true. Yes, tax from mining is up 5 times since 2014, but in 2021, the year before Labor got into power, the mining industry paid
Labour, he wrote it.
$42 billion, which means that under Labor, the
Hang on. Yeah. So let's put it in. Let's put it in.
$42 billion, which means that under Labor, the mining industry paid...
I switched from due dates to due dates, and it made me go from weeks behind to weeks ahead of my deadlines. You see, I used to just bed rot all day getting nothing done. And you know that feeling?
Well, that's pathetic, but I think that there's a reason that that's getting showed just because we're watching an ADU video. Wasn't that incredible? I do suffer from bed rot. YouTube knows its audience. Hang on one sec. This guy should have got a current affair to do the hit piece. Yeah, honestly, a current affair would have been better than this. This is really pathetic. This is poor.
1.02 times or $1 billion more than they did under the coalition, which, look, if you want to celebrate that, sure, go ahead. Plus, Geordie's even read
Okay, there we go. Hang on.
it out for us. The ATO website mentioned that this was the second year in a row at 2022, meaning the first year was 2021, or when his favourite ScoMo was in power.
This is the second year in a row that the mining sector paid more tax than all other sectors combined.
And before you say, look, it says due to...
Yeah, but fuckwit. Like, okay, look. See, this is a perfect example. Now we're getting somewhere, okay? First off, he's not even, like, technically I am correct on that, right? Like, that this is the highest that they've ever paid. Yeah, I am correct on that. I'm skimming this document, as you can see. I'm skimming it because I'm in the middle of a stream. This is a little side point. This is a, oh, what do you know kind of thing, because the main point of it was just about Gina Reinhardt, yeah? And then this asshole just sits there, gets that out of context. Like, again, this cunt can't read documents. He can't read them. That TikTok of him, when he is sitting there and he's got a dead bill in front of him and doesn't even know that it's dead. You understand? And he's well edited that. He's thought about that for a long time. He thinks it's like a big W. This is me casually reading something. Yeah, I got it wrong. I'll tell you why the reason that I got it wrong as well. In fact, again, I'm not wrong. That is the highest. That's exactly what I said. But I will point out that spiritually, I didn't get the full grasp of what was happening in this because I went over and looked at taxation later on because I'm trying to make a bigger video about this so I can actually talk about this for a little bit. It's quite good that he brought this up, so thank you for that. But I will acknowledge that was spiritually incorrect, you know? Like, spiritually I was wrong, you know? Technically I was right, and I don't think that that's a good enough type of right. I think that I should have explained the wider context of it, having not known it, having just skimming through a piece of paper as a little side note of something that Gina Reinhardt said so I could go back to streaming. I guess you can call me out on that if you want, but that is like highly pathetic of you who sits there and edits things and is still wrong and deliberately misleading, as we've just shown before. Like, I just thought that on like a quick little skim. But he even points it out here. Look. So, look, see, I think that is true, you know? Like, 43 billion collected under Albanese, 42 collected under ScoMo, not that big of a deal, you know? However, these are the important points when it comes to this story of taxation. The other one is, the reason that I was also just quickly skimming this over and being like, yeah, so that's what it is. It's just record collecting. The reason that I was doing that is because I was conflating that with the fact that they've also done a record amount of tax on collecting from petroleum and gas and all that kind of stuff. And I think that one is, and don't quote me on this again because it's a live stream, so this asshole is just going to sit there and say, he said this, but it's actually this. And it's like, yeah, but I'm already admitting I don't have the fucking numbers in front of me and I can't be bothered to get them out. But it is something like double or triple what it normally is. Now, some of that is because of just high commodity prices, but a lot of it is also the fact that the Labor Party is putting in a bunch of taxation resources into the ATO so they can actually go after these instead of just having these like long court cases that are drawn out forever, which, yes, court cases are endlessly drawn out, especially in corporate tax. I get it, right? But there's such a thing as an under-resourced corporate tax structure. There's such a thing as like a case that has like an aggressive lawyer in front of it. These are the things that speed this stuff along. And as a result of that, a lot of that is collecting huge amounts of money off of the gas companies that they have never collected before. This is like historical breaking stuff. And so I was getting that mixed up with all commodities, not just like your gas and your petrols, right? So that's the first part. The second part that's very important about this, which is very scummy of this guy to just like, again, like, I just don't think that he knows this shit. Like, he's just like, gotcha, now I can move on, right? But the thing is, sorry, I'm just seeing if anybody said, when does Geordie do a Warhammer painting stream? Maybe, just be patient and we might get around to it. But the second thing that's just like, you know, look, there is a reason that tax is now being collected from all those other sectors combined at 5 times the rate that it was in 2014 and 2015. There is a reason for that. Let's just go on to...
Before Labor got into power, the mining industry paid...
And this point here, right? This point here significantly rises in 2020 from 42 billion. So it went from 42 billion to 43 billion. Again, yep, fair enough. That was wrong. It wasn't wrong. It was just spiritually wrong. I will cede that. It was spiritually wrong. But it goes up from 32 billion to 42 billion. That is a $10 billion increase. It then moves up from 25 billion to 32 billion. Now, this is the other thing that I would very much like to put out. These kinds of assholes just don't do the basics. You know, like, just to defend their shitty viewpoint, they won't give out credit where it's due. Now, if you want to understand the whole story of this, let's go through it, okay? Yeah, I'm giving credit to the Liberal Party for that. That's sick. Look at these numbers again. 25 billion in like the 2019, 2020, I think that is. And then in 2020, 2021, 32 billion. Those are massive, massive jumps. Now, why is that the case? And why did it go so low in the 2014, 2015 period? And then it's now gradually going back up to this. And these are very impressive stats. It is because you go back, Labor in its last year, when it was last into office, it introduced something called the Corporate Transparency Tax Report or something like that. I think that's what it is. Corporate Transparency Tax Report, something along those lines. That was pretty much because they started realizing, oh, there's a bunch of corporations that we think are avoiding tax pretty much just by saying like, we didn't make any profits this year, or like, we actually live in Ireland now, even though we still operate here, like our company's in Ireland, like just all those kind of like sneaky bullshit things that they use, double dutching, all those kind of tactics, right? So the Labor Party saw that was happening. So they came up with a Corporate Transparency Tax Report, which was the taxation department to sit there and come up with strategies to roping in more taxation. You know, this was the beginning of trying to enclose tax evasion. Now, the Liberal Party took us way in the other direction. They allowed them to get away with huge amounts of corporate tax evasion. How did they do that? Because in a very short amount of time, they got like a fifth of the tax office, a fifth of the staff. Now, I am one of those people that is always like, I get it. Government can be inefficient. There can be red tape that can be cut. I understand that you don't just endlessly expand bureaucracies. You make sure that they work effectively and efficiently. But if you are gutting a fifth of the taxation department. I can't remember what the numbers are, but isn't it something like you put in every dollar that you spend on tax agents, you get like $2 to $6 back or something like that? It's like a really good return. And they're getting rid of all of those. I think just because of their blind ideology of just like, government sucks. And so they just completely destroy the capacity of the ATO, like the coalition does in every single department that they run. They just disable it. They make it not function correctly. That's why you start seeing rapidly the amount of money that is collected from these organizations across the board, because this is something else this arsehole's not going to bring up, I can guarantee you. This is another reason why I was just confusing that, because there are just so many record-breaking numbers from the Labor Party, and they haven't even, this isn't even when like their big taxation changes have come into effect yet. This is just them properly funding these institutions, and you're starting to see these responses. But another big one was corporate tax reached $100 billion this year, or I think over $100 billion, maybe under, but it's around that figure. That's up by nearly a fifth. That is up by nearly a fifth. Now, as always, that is a combination of the fact that, yes, the world is recovering from the global cost of living crisis. That's definitely one aspect of that. The other aspect is, guess what happens when you start funding the tax department properly, when you start expanding its staff? It's actually capable of chasing these cunts down. That's the other part. That's the part that's left out in these numbers here. These numbers here belie that fact that somewhere around 2016, I think it was, and I think that it might have been a combination of the fact that the Panama Papers was starting to cook back then, and also the fact that the Corporate Transparency Tax Report just kept churning through it, saying it's going down, these numbers are not good, holy shit, what the fuck is happening here? Like, that started to, I guess, maybe embarrass the coalition, or maybe they realized, oh my God, we've made a massive mistake. Then they came up with the Tax Evasion Task Force, I think it's called. I think it's called the Tax Evasion Task Force. One sec, I'm just going to read these comments and then I'll get back to the history of it. Can we watch Paul Keating's attacks on cultural cringe? It sums up politics and culture wars in 10 minutes. Oh, yes we can, Daniel. Yes, we can. Hey, Geordie, love the vids. Just FYI, he's full of shit in the video. He said it was 42 billion in 2021 and 44.3 billion in 2022, but that's not correct. From its own source, it was 42 billion to 54 billion on that ATO page. Is it? Is it? Look, I'm going to save your comment and double check that later. Because if he's right, then I'm not even going to cede that other point. I'm not even ceding that other point. So he's just wrong on fucking every level, potentially. I'll look that up in my own time. Hang on. Sick. I'll look that up in my own spare time. That could be true. I don't know. But again, you know, we'll check that. Geordie, these clowns don't understand the ideas of building coalitions. Labor helped build the working class, the inner city, and even upper middle classes. It's so incredible what Labor has achieved. Yeah, no, they really don't give a shit because they don't care about reality. They are not tethered to reality. This is all the results of something called post-materialism, which, you know, it's very ironic because I was just talking about ism words, but I'll just unpack the general idea for a second. This is the result of living in these advanced societies where you really just don't have that many problems anymore. Like, yes, there are still problems facing the planet. Yes, there is still wealth inequality. It is not wealth inequality like it was even a couple of generations ago. They're going to say things like, oh, you know, like billionaires earn more than they do now. But we're talking about just general living standards here. General living standards. The average person is just nowhere near as shit as they were before. You know, like even a couple of generations ago, you were exposed to asbestos. Yes, you had a house. The house was dog shit. It was poorly built. It was filled with a bunch of toxic chemicals in it, like all this stuff, right? Like, and that's just from a couple of generations ago. I mean, can you imagine even going to a medieval king and seeing all the essays that we write on ChatGPT on a medieval king and sitting there and saying like, you're privileged? What, the guy that doesn't have a toilet? You know what I mean? Like, at some point, especially in Australia, you can make different arguments in the third world, right? But in first world nations, you are now at the point where 30% of the population just really are quite useless and superfluous. And they know that they're useless and superfluous, like this cunt. And instead of just like trying to figure out ways to be useful to society, they sit there and just have this like massive tantrum about the fact that they're useless, essentially. That's where this arsehole's coming from. But I will just continue on with this point because tentatively he's not even right about this, apparently, according to someone in the chat. But if he is, whatever, that's fine. I'll cede that point. Now, we'll go back onto that. When they started noticing, and it was because of the Corporate Tax Transparency Report, I think. Okay, there is a lot of tax evasion that is happening. They came up with the Tax Evasion Task Force, I think it's called. It's called something like that. Maybe I've got it here, actually. I think I've got these notes because I'm just... Tax Avoidance Task Force, sorry. I don't say evasion, I say avoision. Yes, so Tax Avoidance Task Force, Avoidance Task Force. Anyway, so that was set up by the Liberals in 2016. Didn't really do much for a while because it was just extremely underfunded. Labor's argument at the time actually was, why the fuck are you even putting up this task force? What you've done is you've got, I can't remember how many jobs, thousands of jobs from the ATO. And then you're just setting up this task force. And I think that was maybe under their time, what was it, like 1,000 something in the Tax Avoidance Task Force? 1,600 staff maybe was the right numbers. Again, look, I'm just briefly looking at this so I can just make the point. But the point is that, you know, they got thousands and thousands and then they just put back like a small chunk of what they took out. And then they said, what is the point of this? Well, the point was, and this was, I think, unbeknownst to the Liberal Party, or maybe they did just, maybe this actually just was a good streak of genius from them and I could even just give them credit for it because they're out of power for the next 10 years. Who cares? But the other thing is, look, this is the other thing. I am totally fine with giving credit where it's due. These assholes aren't. This is why they need to resort to just such dishonest, sneaky tactics as we've just gone through in this video. But let's just give the Liberals the credit for it. Let's be generous for it, yeah? They came up with the Tax Evasion Task Force. Labor's argument was you've just cut all of these other jobs. This isn't working. Sorry, let me just say this. Hey, Geordie, want to say that nuclear wouldn't be good for Australia because it means a really good source alongside renewables, but also even nuclear weapons with how the world is now. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, if you want nukes, yes, it's very good. Now, sorry. Then what happened is, I'm going to go into this one. Then what happened is, over time, this Tax Evasion Task Force, who'd have guessed bureaucrats actually like doing their job. They are smart people that usually work in the tax department. And so they did start coming up with tax strategies to get these cunts. And in fact, that was their entire jurisdiction to do it. So I suppose that was their big idea. So the Labor Party was saying, you've just cut all these jobs from the tax department. They should be in there. And you've just gone back on all of this work that they've got. Now they've got this massive backlog. And then they said, all right, well, we'll just hire them back in a smaller unit and then they will start focusing on it. Now, obviously, for a while, that took, because this is the whole thing that happens in government departments. Once you create that backlog, once you get rid of that institutional memory loss, it takes a long time for it to restart. This is the whole thing that you see with anything that the Labor Party does. They sit there and say, it wasn't immediately changed. And it's like, yeah, because it's a slow moss ball. Like, you push it and then through the years, it go like everything else. It just keeps getting better through time. But you have to push the moss ball in the first place. And to the Liberal Party's credit, I think that that's exactly what was happening. Like, they just kind of let it there, just go in and start looking at corporate tax evasion. Then what the Labor Party did was, when they came in, they thought, actually, this unit is working really well. Let's expand it. They expanded it by, I think, something like $200 million a year extra. That's going to be helpful in going after corporate tax evasion. It has been very helpful in going after corporate tax evasion. It's, you know, increased the amount of money coming in at conservative estimates of tens of billions of dollars, right? Like, this is huge, what has happened. Yeah? Huge. They have rapidly expanded its role. They have given they've given the tax office more powers to go after tax evasion than they've ever had in the past. They're coming up with sort of like a corporate transparency report for the entire world now. That's like them leading the world in global tax evasion. And on top of that, they have expanded the staff in the tax avoidance task force. I think their aim is to increase it to something like 3,000. And there's no credit for it at all. This guy's just going to sit there and say, they're the same. You know, they have a similar number in the year that it came in on, which, yeah, I thought that the number was going to be higher. But this cunt, looking at all of these, he's even got it here. He's even got the numbers here, and he is not curious about how those numbers increased. Not at all. Because he's just there to prove the point. See, I told you they're the same. These figures are similar, and then move on.
$42 billion, which means that under Labour, the mining industry paid 1.02 times or $1 billion more than they did under the coalition, which, look, if you want to celebrate that, sure, go ahead. Plus, Geordie's even read it out for us. The ATO website mentioned that this was the second year in a row at 2022, meaning the first year was 2021, or when his favourite ScoMo was in power.
This is the second year in a row that the mining sector paid more tax than all other sectors combined.
So what? So what? That's such a shit point. It increased on the other year. Like, regardless of what the numbers are, what's your fucking point? And the thing is, again, he is not curious about why it was increasing under Scott Morrison. He doesn't give a fuck. Like, I think that we should be praising governments for collecting tax off of corporations that is owed. I think it's like a completely different conversation to be like raise or lower the tax rate, right? But the tax that is owed to stop them from illegally not paying what they are supposed to be paying should be praised regardless of political stripes.
You say, look, it says due to strong commodity price growth. Look at the article Geordie's brought up.
They're talking about from large corporations, which is not industries. The mining sector paid more tax than all other sectors combined.
He does this all the time, by the way. Like the mainstream media he despises, Geordie's comes off as very authoritative when spreading half-truths.
Yeah, but dude, like, okay, I said something on the fly that was like sector and industry. Yeah, sorry, I'm outed. You got me while I'm on one of these streams. I'm sure that you could do exactly the same thing to this. The thing is, you have been profoundly dishonest, profoundly uncurious, no interest in the foundation of anything that you're fucking talking about. And on top of all of that, you're also just like really bad at understanding basic fucking social cues. Like, and all you've got so far is just like, he said this word and this word would have been more appropriate. It's like, wow, you really got me, dude. Like on live streams. What a fucking coward. And this is like, again, this is planned by this man. This is planned. This man has thought about this attack for a long time, and this is the best that he has. He should have used this word instead. Basically, thesaurus. The argument. Friendly Geordies, I need that strong play when you leave your setup. Do you have the name? No. Sorry, my eyes are just starting to get, like I've just been on the computer for too long. Friendly Geordies, I need that song that you play when you leave your setup. Do you have the name? No, I don't actually. I don't have that name. I'll find out. Hey, Geordies, you got me in this election volunteering. I'm not sure I'm the only one. You make a real difference here. Good on you, Fridge. Good on you. Anytime I ever hear that anybody is out there and doing something, like, how much more worthwhile are you than this cunt? And yes, I'm pointing to myself when I say that as well. I do mean that. Like, if you are out there volunteering, knocking doors, that's the hard yards. What does Gina expect those minerals belong to? We've all been screwed over with revenue from mining, and then a cow gets an arse implant for every billion that she's worth. I don't know. Well, it's just, you know, she's like, that's my business, you know, this is my property, etc., etc. They'd have those with opinions, I think, generally. It's just like, you know, we created all of this wealth and blah, blah, blah.
Truths, mis and disinformation, or ignoring facts.
Misinformation! Misinformation. Let's start the bingo. Don't you think that anybody that ever does, like, it's just all those shitty Greens voter words, right? Like misinformation, neoliberalism, cooked. It's just a sign of somebody that is an idiot, don't you think? Like, misinformation just seems to roughly translate in these people's heads as, this thing doesn't agree with what I already thought, therefore it's incorrect misinformation and disinformation as well. He's going further. This guy, the guy, again, that didn't show Dutton, just showed Anthony Albanese and pretended those two things are the same, is accusing me of mis and disinformation. It's always the fucking same. It's such a fucking self-report every time. Anybody that ever uses that phrase. The other one, I'm being gaslit. Don't you think anybody that ever says that is just, no, what you are is an insufferable cunt. Yeah, that's what you are. And you're just sitting there saying like, people are just making me feel like I'm crazy. It's like, yeah, no, you just are, you know, that you just are. Yeah, misinformation is my favorite buzzword. It's just such a good tell. Like, let's start the bingo, but yeah, that's definitely on there. Misinformation is always a good tell of somebody who's just a complete piece of shit. Because really what that means is my mental map doesn't change. I just try and reorganize information that has come into my head to make it fit the same fucking puzzle that I had before. There it is. New information. See, they are the same. New information. See, they are the same. That's all he's doing over and over again. I think this is the other thing, right? Like, as you can see, so far I have just gone out of my way to try and seed points that he's correct on. I've gone out of my way to do that. This cunt has gone out of his way to deliberately misrepresent things. He's gone out of his way to do that. He is editing it.
Facts that aren't convenient to the narrative that the Labour Party is the working class saviour alone that...
See, you really can't talk, mate. Like, you just showed them in a fight with big business about IR reform. I'm sorry, if there's one thing that shows that you're on the side of workers, it's IR reform. It's getting the workers the wages that they're owed. What do you think being on the side of workers is, you dunce idiot? And then, like, he shows the very Sky News clip of Anthony Albanese, who's about to make an announcement defending his IR reform bills in a fight against the business party, right? And he's so stupid that he puts that clip in there. He's the one that put it in there. And now he's sitting there and saying like, oh yeah, they just pretend to be the Workers' Party. And like, that this is like, you know, he just gets rid of information that is inconvenient to his narrative. I mean, in that one instance there, he didn't get rid of information that was inconvenient to his narrative because he was too dumb to realize that it wasn't convenient to his narrative. But he has proven time and time again, so far, again, 7 minutes and 30 minutes in, he will get rid of information that isn't convenient to his narrative. It's all just fucking projection. It's this, dude, this person, this type of person, why do they suck so much?
Faces the rulers of this country, which has rigged the entire media ecosystem specifically against them and for the Liberals. Whether it be housing, when he said mis and disinformation, or the article Geordie's brought up.
They're talking about from large corporations, which is not
I just want to hear his point
The mining sector paid more tax than all other sectors combined.
He does this all the time, by the way. Like the mainstream media he despises, Geordie's comes off as very authoritative when spreading half-truths, mis and disinformation, or ignoring...
I mean, Exhibit A, you cunt. This is just you're talking about. You won't own up to these either. This is the worst part. Like, with you, I'm going through it and I'm owning up to, yeah, on a live stream, I didn't say the optimal thing, you know? Got me. You are editing this and you're still spreading disinformation deliberately.
Ignoring facts that aren't convenient to the narrative that the Labour Party is the working class saviour alone that faces the rulers of this country, which has rigged the entire media ecosystem specifically against them and for...
Yeah, but see, this is the whole thing. Go read Sally Rogue's paper, Emperors. The whole point is that, yes, the media ecosystem was set up in this country specifically to rig Labor from staying out of power and to disseminate, to crush unions, right? Like, it's all based off of trying to suppress the workers' movement. That was the point of it being set up. That is its point to this very day. That is what the mainstream media is. That is what it was designed for. It is a bulwark against the Workers' Party, because if you get everybody to realize, oh, this party represents 70% of Australia's interests while the other party represents about 30% of Australia's interests, you can't win elections, can you? Like, you can sit there and just try and pretend that, like, you're, like, very, like, dismissive of this point, but, like, you really haven't put out any examples against that. I bet you he's going to pick to a couple of times that, like, you know, the media has just given like a, oh, yeah, actually, we endorse the Labor Party this time. How many times out of Federation have papers supported the Labor Party? In fact, it's in Sally Rugg's Media Monsters right up until 1972. It's like, fuck all. It's like tiny little one or two examples here and there, you know? Like, this is just the system that you are, like, it's just incredible. He's sitting there saying that, like, it's all the system's fault, man. And then as soon as, like, there actually is a it's all the system's fault point, he's just smug and dismisses it outright without any evidence to show for it, I'm betting. Honestly, I'm beyond confused about the coalition breakup. I thought that they were like JD Vance's please and thank you towards the Liberals. No. That's a complete misconstruction of it. In fact, the Liberal Party is like, please and thank you to the National Party. This is the worst part about coalitions, yeah? The smaller outfit has more power than the bigger one. That's why I hate all of these ideas of just like minority government, because what is that? It is just special interests baked into the government that are putting out their specific demands that hit their specific voter demographic or their specific special interests that they're representing. And then you are moving the national interest of these larger parties that are supposed to represent a wider net of society towards just placating these cunts in these specific policy areas and devoting so much money into it. Exactly like what the Nationals are doing now.
Or the Liberals, whether it be housing, when he said the Liberals can't take a knife to the Housing Australia Future Fund.
Look at this pile of cash. It's not on the budget and therefore isn't under the constant threat of getting a this just in from... Which is a completely different... Again, dickface. You are sitting there being extremely finicky with words in this and saying like, he's wrong because of this, right? And then you sit there and say, this is the same point.
Them
you ready? Let's just play this again.
Whether it be housing, when he said the Liberals can't take a knife to the Housing Australia Future Fund.
Look at this pile of cash. It's not on the budget and therefore isn't under the constant threat of getting a this just in from the Libs. Saying the Liberal Party can't destroy the HAF and saying that the Liberal Party, it's much more difficult for the Liberal Party to destroy the HAF are two different fucking points. And again, you thought about this, cunt, and you still said that. Which one is it? Are you being dishonest about my point, or are you too stupid to understand it? This is you are showing that. Holy fuck. Why would you do that? That's like really bad for you. It's like, again, it's just like, are you dishonest or dumb? Which one is it? It's the same thing with swollen pickles. Are you dishonest or dumb?
When, according to the then housing minister, any disbursements from the fund will require formal government approval, which means...
Holy shit. See, this guy reads. Listen to how difficult it was for this guy to read that. You ready? This just in from the Libs.
When, according to the then housing minister, any disbursements from the fund will require formal government approval.
He's struggling. He's struggling to read it. I'm not even convinced that he's literate, let alone read manufacturing consent.
Which means, yes, the HAF could just...
Yes. Any disbursements from the HAF would require formal government approval. The Housing Minister, in consultation with the Treasurer and Finance Minister, would be responsible for bringing forward proposals. Yeah. Okay, fuckface. Hang on, I'm just going to have to find this now because, Jesus Christ. The thing, these cunts, this is the incredible thing about the HAF, right? This broke their brains. They couldn't accept that it was a good policy. They just couldn't. And so they just keep moving more and more into conspiracy to try and prove that it isn't. And this is the undoing of Swollen Pickles, right? Where it just got to the farcical point where you could just go on for 6 hours about how wrong he is because he's going to do exactly the same thing that this piece of shit does. I really wish that he didn't because I don't like doing these videos. I'd much prefer to be doing something much more constructive with my time than sitting there and just dispelling someone that is actively assassinating my character for views. I would prefer to be doing something else. I really would. But the same thing happened with him. He's going to do the same thing. They're just going to narrow themselves more and more into a corner, trying to create this falsified illusion around them of just fracturing in little sentences here and there that support their point. But if we can just find like how the HAF works, because hang on, actually we'll let him finish his point, because that is such a fucking dumb point. Hang on.
To end up like the emergency relief fund under Scott Morrison, which spent next to nothing on the blacks.
No, hang on. Let's read that again. Jesus fuck, you better not be saying what I think
Faces
you are.
the rulers of this country, which has rigged the entire media ecosystem specifically against them and for the Liberals. Whether it be housing, when he said the Liberals can't take a knife to the Housing Australia Future Fund.
Look at this pile of cash. It's not on the budget and therefore isn't under the constant threat of getting a this just in from the Libs.
When, according to the then housing minister, any disbursements from the fund will require formal government approval, which means yes, the HAF could just end up like the emergency relief fund under Scott Morrison, which spent next to nothing on the Black Summer bushfires, something Labor criticised the government.
Oh my god. Oh man, this is sweet. Hang on. Holy shit. This is a major fucking blunder. Fuck me. One more time.
The Libs.
When, according to the then housing minister, any disbursements from the fund will require formal government approval, which means yes, the HAF could just end up like the emergency relief fund under Scott Morrison, which spent next to nothing on the Black Summer bushfires, something Labor criticised the government for. Heralding the genius of this fund like Geordie's did ignores that all the spending that comes out of these kind of funds are ultimately just as discretionary and up to the minister of the day as any other old spending.
Jesus Christ. Okay, first off, that's just not fucking true. That's not true at all. That's so fucking dumb. These are exactly the same as funding that is on the budget. That's his claim there. I mean, Jesus, do we really have to dissect how stupid that point is? It's just obviously a lie. I mean, it's not a lie. It's just he just doesn't understand what the fuck he's talking about. Like, that's really, really bad that he's like... Because it's the whole thing. It's just like, this cunt, his entire brain is just endlessly being like, it's the system. It's bad. Let's just try and jam everything in to say everything is the same. Everything is the same. Like, it's really just the classic thing of, like, somebody that's just, got a mental disability trying to put the square peg into the circle hole. Saying that funds and saying that the budget are the same is so fucking stupid. It's got the same as any old other spending. It's just like, I don't even know where to start with that. Like, first off, just the fact alone that the funds can't be just actively willy-nilly, like, stricken off the budget like that, that's a big fucking improvement. That's a huge improvement, dude. The other thing is that you have the funds, and in these funds, and this is what we'll get to in a second, because that is so dumb that he's sitting there and saying, which one was it? I think it was the drought relief and the disaster fund. Hang on, let me just see if he said this.
Minister, any disbursements from the fund will require formal government approval, which means yes, the HAF could just end up like the emergency relief fund under Scott Morrison.
Yeah, the Natural Disaster Fund. The Natural Disaster Fund. So hang on, let me just talk about this for a second. How do I fucking find that and put that on there? Let me just try that. One sec. Let me just see if I can get this done. Sorry, you're going to have to bear with me for a minute. I'm just going to try and... You know what's even better now that I'm thinking about it? Hang on. 5 billion natural disaster fund barely spent as money sits earning interest. Dude, this guy, like, he really just doesn't fucking, like, it's incredible. It's always these kind of cunts that are just like, do you even read? And then they just don't fucking read. Like, he has not read this article. It's exactly the same thing that he did in the TikTok thing. Like, he didn't even read the title correctly of the bill. And then in this one, he hasn't read the fucking, he's read the headline. And he's saying, this was his claim. Let's just go through his claim again.
Liberals can't take a knife to the Housing Australia Future Fund.
Again, he's just, like, misconstruing my point, I think, because he's an idiot.
Look at this pile of cash. It's not on the budget and therefore isn't under the constant threat of getting a this just in from the libs.
When, according to the then Housing Minister, any disbursements from the fund will require formal government approval, which means
such a struggle to read a
the
sentence.
HAF could just end up like the Emergency Relief Fund under Scott Morrison, which spent next to nothing on the Black Summer bushfires, something Labor criticised the government for.
Okay, let's just look at the design of these two funds, just so you know that this is like not everything. This is incredible. Like, usually when people say this argument, like Swollen Pickles did, he does the dumb shit thing of just like, all funds are the same. They're the same. Funds is gambling. Like, they try and cram it into that. But he's just saying all government spending is the same. What an idiot. But let's just go into this. This is what the HAF is, what you're designed to do with the HAF, right? Let's just read this out together. One sec. Debiting amounts from the HAF. From the 1st of July 2024, Finance Minister must, in writing, transfer $500 million in total from the HAF special account to the HAF special payment special account, the Federation Reform Fund, and the Housing Australia special account to pay amounts payable under grants relating to acute housing needs, social housing or affordable housing, or loans relating to social housing or affordable housing. CPI indexation will apply to the disbursement amount from 2029 to 2030. So already he's fucking wrong, right? So first off, to get rid of the HAF, what would you have to do? You'd have to disbar it in the Senate. I'm pretty sure anyway. Like, I don't think that you can just, like, get rid of this outright. Like, this is legislation. It needs to be changed, right? So that's the first thing that is just, like, so dumb. Because, like, on the budget, you just go, nah, that's not happening anymore. That's it. Yeah? With the other thing that they're saying there is the $500 million a year gets transferred into 3 accounts, and those 3 accounts are to deal with whether it's going into superannuation or non-government fund, non-government organisations or corporations or governments that are going to disperse this out into projects to build all of this social and affordable housing. And then it says that it has to be spent on social and affordable housing and loans relating to social and affordable housing, right? On the budget, you can just strip it out. You can just strip it outright. So that's the first thing that's just incredibly dumb. Like, it is not the same as spending on the budget. It just fucking isn't. Like, that is more protected than it would be on the budget, you dead shit. Then, on top of that, he says, and because it's just like the fucking disaster relief fund. What's it called again? I think it was called the Natural Disaster Fund. But the thing is, look at this. This is from the fucking article that he is reading out from. This one right here, let's just go down to it. A fund of last resort. When disaster occurs, money comes both fast and slow from a whole bunch of different directions. There is a short-term relief like the $1,000 recovery payment and income replacing disaster recovery allowance. And then there are funds like the $600 million Preparing Australia program, which emerged after the Bushfire Royal Commission to fund the disaster gaining program. All up, the government says that it spent $17 billion in last year, 2019 to 2020. It's a big number that has been drawn in a few questions, particularly bulk has been $13 billion, blah, 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 blah. $5 million emergency response fund. Emergency Minister Management Bridget McKenzie argues that given all the funding already available, there is no need to tap into now nearly $5 billion emergency response fund. The emergency response fund was set up as a future fund to use when other sources of funding have been exhausted. So look, first point, you could even just make the argument that, look, if there is billions and billions of dollars going into this, look, I'm not defending the Liberal Party's disbursement of the disaster relief fund. I went up to northern New South Wales and looked at the devastation of it and looked at how slow and sloppy the disbursement was. But they did disperse billions and billions of dollars, and this cunt is whining about a fund that I think can only disperse $150 million. We'll just read on. Hang on. Because again, like, look,
The fund is designed to just keep growing in perpetuity like the future fund, so you can get it to just like a really big self-sustaining point, and then you have endless money to just dish out about it, yeah? So you don't want to be releasing it unless it is a last resort. So you can argue about whether that was a last resort measure or not, but you can't argue that the mechanism for it getting released and dispersed is very different to the HAFS one. This is a completely different fund. This is so dumb. He just hears the word fund and he thinks, oh, that's the same. It's just like, it's like saying house. Oh, all houses are the same. Some houses are palaces. Some houses are apartments. They're stupid. Like, he's got such a basic pidgin English understanding of the language. The Emergency Response Fund was set up as a future fund to use when, I can let you know from the current flooding disaster, we haven't even instigated category C or D out of disaster funding arrangements with state governments. That's coming in the next couple of weeks. Only 150 million used. There are rules in place about how the ERF money can be spent. So that's, probably another reason that you didn't want to disperse it anyway. And on top of that, guys, it is $150 million that can be used each year from for emergency response, and 50 million for long-term resilience projects. So far, the government has chosen not to spend all the money that could have been under those rules. The ERF is being used exactly as it was legislated, as Labor supported for it to be legislated. But Labor argues that right now, withholding the hundreds of millions of dollars of funding could be helping. Now, again, you can make that argument. What the Labor Party is arguing there is that the fund should be dispersed. I don't fucking know. I actually think that the Labor Party is just being a bit too fucking pedantic on that one, frankly, if you want me to be critical of the Labor Party. But again, I'm not in the decision-making room of the Controlled Disaster Centre. I don't know if enough money is being dispersed or not. But the point is that this is only released in circumstances deemed to be an emergency. That is how the legislation is written for that fund. This fund here, if we go back to it, the legislation is written that it's $500 million that should be dispersed, and then that money goes into those special accounts, and then that money is dispersed from there. That is a very different funding mechanism. Do you understand the difference here? And that is very different to budget money. These are all different ways of dispersing money. The ones on the budget is very, very likely to be stricken. When it comes to legislation for the HAF, if you have to disperse $500 million, Finance Minister must, in writing, transfer $500 million from HAF special account to these other accounts. If you have to do that, then the incentive to gut it or, do something else, it starts getting a lot lower, doesn't it? And that's very different to the Emergency Drought Relief Fund, the Emergency Fund. I keep getting them mixed up because I think there is a drought relief fund. But anyway, the $5 billion natural disaster fund is written very differently in that as well, in that $150 million, it's up to the minister at the time if they want to disperse that. This one, the minister has to disperse the $500 million. In the budget, you can just cut it at a whim. And then this arsehole goes on to say, holy shit. He really doesn't understand what the fuck he's talking about. I'm so angry at this. Someone that has to be on the ground in New South Wales floods in 2022 and Queensland, each state has different emergency management / recovery arrangements. If states don't request it, use it, their procedures, the federal resources can't be used. There's so many different points to this, right? There are so many different mechanisms in government for dispersing money. And this stupid cunt honestly seems to think that it's like a medieval king where there's just this mound of pot gold and he's like, oh, I'll fund this one. No, I won't fund that one. That seems to be his understanding of it. He's just fundamentally wrong on this. He's wrong on it. He doesn't even realize it. He's wrong in 2 ways here. In 2 fucking ways. Massively. And again, he won't acknowledge it.
Heralding the genius.
What's the bet? I'm saying, sorry. What's the bet? Let's give him a chance. Again, I just wish that he fucking wouldn't, but these cunts just never shut the fuck up and they'll come back with more dumb shit and then I'll just have to respond to that dumb shit because, dude, this is all just fucking character assassination. Look at every photo that he takes. It's really just that kind of Kevin Rudd gets in, the unions will come back and then putting him in black and white being like, it's the same shit.
Genius of this fund, like Geordie's did, ignores that all the spending that comes out of these kind of funds are ultimately just as discretionary and up to the minister of the day as any other old spending.
We've just been through it. That is absolutely not a true statement. That is fundamentally wrong. You cannot make that statement. You are just, dude, you're not, okay, I'm sorry. I know this is harsh, but you really shouldn't be talking about this shit. Like, you're just too stupid for it. You really are not well equipped enough because you have a dumb, shitty worldview, which is that the major parties are the same. They're all like these capitalist machine puppet things. And so I'm just going to try and slot everything into that endlessly. And so you just make unbelievably sloppy errors like this. All right, let's just move on.
Whether it be on the environment, where Geordies correctly views the coalition as worse for climate change, but severely underplays the Labour Party's role in simply looking to
open up 7 gas wells there.
Are you about to say... Hang on, sorry, I'll play this part again. Is this arsehole seriously just going to make the same point that the Greens do all the time of just like, oh, they're the same. Like, Labor's just like slightly better on the environment. Yeah, the coalition's bad, but it's like pretty hard to be their bad. Like, they're like super villain bad, my guy. Labor Party still sucks. Is he going to make that point? Let's find out. And you sitting here saying you've not had an argument, you're deconstructing everything he said. What a fucking idiot. So he's just doing the like, that's not an argument. That's not an argument. Dude, fuck off. Like, you just... Like, I understand in your stupid little dumb shit Reddit post views, you can sit there and just be like, actually, that's like a fallacy, and like, you're not actually addressing the argument. I'm sitting here and addressing everything you just said. You were fucking wrong. You were wrong on your statement that all funds, all money is basically up to just the discretionary of the minister. Like, it's just fucking wrong. Like, we just went through it, you dumb shit. Now we're going to go through your next fucking stupid point, I'm sure. Which, again, if you've just come in here... Like, see, again, he just doesn't have any friends. He's just here because he sucks. And he's got nothing better to do with his time. And so he's just sitting there getting butthurt and mad. And it's like... Fuck off. You started this, you stupid cunt. You are not going to get the final word on it either. You are not going to denigrate my character with a bunch of lies... And you can sit there and say, like, I'm not addressing the issue. Well, I'm sorry, but people won't fucking agree with you because I'm going through it piece by piece while you are just sitting there clipping me out of context on fucking podcasts, on fucking live streams. I'm going through an edited video of yours in live stream. Like, I'm at a disadvantage here, and you're still fucking terrible. Shut the fuck up.
when it was actually 116 gas wells.
Oh, really?
It
Was it?
severely underplays the Labour Party's role in simply looking to
open up 7 gas wells there. Shut the fuck up.
when it was
See, look at that. Look at that. Half a sentence that he's just clipped out of a fucking podcast. Again, you're really just showing that you don't understand basic social cues. Like, ADU, you are one of those people that just needs the chart of like, is this person happy or sad? And you're like, sad? Oh, no, wait, he's happy. He's happy. Fuck, I got it wrong again. Like, this is so dumb. This is exactly what you did with my previous statement that was just out of like a live stream or something where you said like, no way, that's no way. And it just shows that you just don't have the fucking balls to talk about it, you know? Like, this is again you cutting me in a fucking half a sentence on a podcast where I'm clearly just saying 7 gas wells as hyperbole. Because I don't remember the name, I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head. Shoot me. And so I just say like it's fuck all, which is the general gist that the average human being with a normally calibrated brain that has talked to a human being that they haven't forced to be in like, you know, very uncomfortable collusion with during like a first year uni seminar. Like they sit there and they talk like that. They are just, this is like a chat between mates, you dickhead. And you're sitting there trying to like make this the same as your, like even when you are editing this, you have to edit it out to that degree. And even then, you're still just proving that you have no social skills at all.
He has a rare medical condition where he inhales CO2 and exhales CO2. No oxygen reaches his brain. So anyway, we'll hear the rest of your fucking point.
Actually, 106.
Actually. There we go. We got another bingo. Misinformation. Actually, guys, it's not that number. Did you know it's actually higher? Let's see how higher it is.
16 gas wells.
Oh my God. Holy fuck. 116 gas wells. So they're just as bad as the Liberal Party, are they? How many fucking gas wells are in Australia at the moment? Is there like fucking tens of thousands? It's up there. And he's whinging about fucking 116 gas wells being opened. Guys, this is so dumb. This is showing that this guy has that same stupid fucking idiot child view that like an energy transition that is up there and comparable with the Industrial Revolution. This is massive. You are completely changing the energy grid of a country that has been built for over the last 100 years. And you think that you can just switch that off overnight. Nah, no more gas wells being opened. No more coal mines being opened. That's what the UN says. That's what science says. And it's like, yeah, that's all well and good. But engineers say this. But energy operators say that. Do you understand? Like any energy transition across the planet is going to be slowly reducing the amount of gas and coal that you're opening up and rapidly increasing the amount of renewables that are getting put up. That's every fucking energy transition that's like worth a pinch of shit. Of course it's going to be. Because consumption is going to be continuing up. It's going to like, things are going to close down. They need to be replaced. And our energy transistor systems and like just our grid in general is not capable of running on 100% renewables. One, we don't have the infrastructure for it. Two, we don't have like, even the poles and wires all need to be like fucking firmed up. And then there's a bunch of other bullshit technical things that need to happen that are all just like, it's not just like, switch that on, switch that off. It's so dumb. And his stupid fucking point is like they opened up 116 gas wells and that's why they're, just slightly, this is his point, just slightly worse than the Liberal Party on fucking coal and gas. Holy fuck, you're dumb. Do you even know what the numbers are? I think it was something like, for a while, I think like, okay, first off, Labor just opened up 300,000 rooftop solar panels last year. That is massive, dude. That is fucking huge. 25% more renewable energy was put into the grid during their first term. During their first term, it increased by 25%. The amount of coal mines that they are opening up is 1 to every 10 that they are opening up that are renewable. These are the coal projects. Coal mines. 1 for that, 10 for renewable projects. They're just slightly worse than the Liberal Party. You know what the Liberal Party's was? 1-to-1, dickhead. 1-to-1. You're sitting there and just like doing, again, he's just trying anything that he fucking can. He knows that it's too dishonest for himself to sit there and say that they're just as bad on climate change or something like that. But he won't go through the fucking specifics of how much the Labor Party has accomplished in 3 years. It's just to put it mildly, the Labor Party accomplished more and got more approvals out of renewable power than the coalition did in 10 years in one term. And I think that was like in the first 2 years. But again, I'm going to have to look up those numbers.
Now, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Geordies has covered Environment Minister Tanya Plibersek approving another 151 new...
Oh no! So what are we up to, guys? We're not even up to 300. We're not even up to 300. In fact, I think I do have the numbers of fucking coal... I think I've got it on gas. Let me just double check that. Because, like, again, I was writing a bunch of TikToks for this. So some of this is just still available that I've got here. 27 years on average, coal and gas projects have fallen to about 3.5. Okay, sorry. Yeah, here we go. Doubled the amount of renewables. On average, the Labor Party was approving 27 renewable projects a year and approving 3.5 coal and gas projects every year. So that's coal and gas combined. And they're nearly at that point with coal and gas combined, keeping in mind that gas is still necessary for the grid into the transition as just like an intermediary project, right? Keeping in mind, that is almost at fucking 10-to-1 there. It's almost at 10-to-1. And he's sitting there complaining about fucking less than 300 gas wells getting opened up.
you suck. You really do. You really have no idea how big of a project it is to transition the grid from fossil fuels to renewables. It is a massive task that should have been undertaken over the last 10 years that wasn't, that was just left there to scrap, right? Like really half-assed movement. Now we are seeing one of the most rapid renewable energy transitions in the world. Like, this is really shocking a lot of people across the planet. Just like, fuck, they're getting that done fast, you know? And you're giving them no fucking credit for it. Sky News exclusive. YouTube-friendly Geordie's famously known for rubbing a dead squid on his face on TV spends 90-plus minutes attacking terminally online Redditor. Yeah, but fuck them. Like, they're just the worst people on earth. And the worst thing is, like, these Redditors, these little pieces of shit, they sit there and they push these bullshit narratives, and these bullshit narratives do eventually make their ways to normies. And it's fucked. Like, they sit there and then they siphon votes away from a party that is doing a really fucking spectacular job. Like, he's sitting there trying to attack them on renewables, on the energy transition. It's obscene. And, like, really poorly as well. Because he just doesn't fucking understand anything. Like, dude, the seed of his argument here is that I said something on a podcast to friends, and I know that you don't have any friends, ADU, so you don't know what friends talking to each other looks like. But that's what it looks like. You don't just say, like, I'm going to read the article and put it down as my little shitty Reddit argument. You're not doing that. You're basically vibing with some dudes. You're not, like, fact-checking every fucking 30 seconds of what you're saying. And so, and I even knew in that sentence, you obviously just cut it, like, I knew in that sentence, it's obviously not fucking 7 gas wells, you dickhead. Like, I know that it's going to be something else. I just can't remember the fucking number off my head, so I'm using hyperbole to finish the sentence. Like, this is honestly pathetic that we are at this stage in one of these videos. Like, this is not even trying to address you on being horribly, horribly wrong and not knowing what the fuck you're talking about. We're not even at that stage yet. I'm just trying to give you a basic set of social skills going forward in the future, just in case you do ever make eye contact with another human being, which you're too much of a pussy to do now. Giving you credence to the old saying, without further ado. They certainly got it right. No further ado necessary. Such a cunt. Like, he really is. He's just a shithead.
Gas wells a few months ago, this time for his old mate Gina. Yes, the
Oh my fucking God. Okay, again, we'll let him finish his point.
coalition is worse, and I could go through it all.
Okay, look, okay. That was... All right. His point there is just a nice little snide little, oh, actually, they're exactly the same. Actually, they're exactly the same, and they do favors for Gina Reinhardt. Really. Even though, again, he didn't show it because he's a cunt. Like, he didn't show any of me going through that video of Gina Reinhardt pointing out all the restrictions that the Labor Party has put on her, how much she's whining about those restrictions being put on her. And the basics of that is, if we go into it, because again, he doesn't actually give a shit. He doesn't care about where the society moves on or what direction it's going and what tangibly happens in the real world. He's just there trying to LARP as some 20s revolutionary in Russia. So he doesn't give a fuck. But I'm just explaining to everybody else now, right? That is so fucking dumb. Like, why? Of course Gina Reinhardt is going to get approvals done. Why? Because the minister can only approve or deny things based on the legislation, which I think in this case probably would be a part of the EPPC Act, which is something that was set up by Howard. It's the environmental acts where you go and look at it and say, like, did it meet the environmental standards? It needs to be tailored to the 21st century. Labor tried to do that in the last sitting. Fatima Payman, the stupid turncoat weasel rat that she is, she, in bed with the mining industry, blocked it. And then there was like negotiation back and forward about it getting done, but that needs to be renegotiated again in another format, because this is the whole thing about, this is why it's so bad having these shitty add-on tax, these like bulwarks against Labor, you know, with the crossbench and all this kind of shit. All they do is stall for time, which gives the lobby groups more time to sit there and figure out ways to stall it. That's all the crossbench does. They did exactly the same thing with the closing the loopholes bill. This very noble crossbench that's sitting there and holding the bastards to account clearly just got in the ear by a bunch of lobbyists. Exactly what happened with the EPBZ Act. The crossbench had these people in their ears, and then they just go like, yeah, I'll do exactly what these lobbyists say. Well, I sit there and complain about how Canberra has too many lobbyists. I'm not influenced by lobbyists, so even though I'm doing exactly what the lobbyists want. And then when that happens after that, guess what happens then? Then the lobbyists have figured out more tactics to just delay it further. And so anyway, that's what happened the first time around. Now the EPBZ Act is just getting reformed and getting ready to get released in the second one. But the point is that, look, Gina Reinhart having a bunch of lawyers at her disposal, having a bunch of people that are just like, certifiers and all that kind of stuff, going through the EPBZ Act and saying these gas wells go through, tick all the boxes of this legislation. You have to pass this. Of course they're going to fucking pass it. What, you think that they were doing it as a favor? You think they were doing it as some kind of corrupt little favor for Gina Reinhart, do you? Where the fuck is your evidence? You just tried to let that one slide.
All day just how many times Geordie's bends the truth to suit a narrative. But
again, another self-report. Another
151 new gas wells a few months ago, this time for his old mate Gina. Yes, the coalition is worse, and I could go through it all day just how many times Geordie's bends the truth to suit a narrative. But
look at this. Isn't it just fucking incredible? This guy so far, his bending the truth to suit a narrative has been this asshole not understanding basic social cues and then saying like, but that's actually not what it is. This is the real technical thing that it actually is. Yes, you autist. That's yes, we understand. Okay. Normal human beings understand subtext. You just understand text. Barely, I might add, because clearly seem to have problems reading. You really do. Like showing articles that you clearly didn't fucking read as evidence for your stupid point in the first place that all spending is like budgetary spending. Fuck you. You really are just really, really out of your depth. It's incredible. Again, I just need to state this. I'm not even talking about you being dishonest. But you being dishonest is just one part of it. And you clearly have done that many, many times in this. Not comparing Anthony Albanese with a ghost Dutton that you didn't fucking show. You showed me just saying a random sentence in a stream. I'm representing Dutton there. It's honestly so poor. And then you sit there and say, oh, I could just keep... Basically what you're saying is I can clip friendly Geordies out of casual conversations that he's having with his friends on a podcast all day long, and I can clip those sentences to just get a fucking couple of sentences in that to make it look like he's just reconstructing this narrative around himself, when this is all you are doing. This whole 9 minutes so far has just been you reconstructing the facts to keep fitting your dumb, shitty, basic worldview. Let me see, sorry. Jordan is in the chat and he wants to debate you. Fuck you. No, I'm going through your piece of shit video. Fuck off. And the other thing is as well, it's just like, I know this is why you want to do this shit. You want me to use my platform to raise your platform. But there's other ways to do that. Do you understand? Like if you just wanted to come on and have a chat, that would have been cool. But you are just actively lying about my character. Constantly. And you did it in the fucking TikTok too. You really are a piece of shit. And like, why the fuck should I help you out at all? I don't want to be doing this video. You just know that if you do this, people have to respond to it, because if they don't, you're just undermining their credibility outright. So they have to fucking respond. It's just so pathetic. Like, yeah, your little shitty tactic works, but it's just another piece of evidence like this as well. You don't have the talent to build an audience on your own. You can't do that outright. So you have to just use like the shit, dumb fuck, slop tuber tactic of just endlessly clipping people out of context that are bigger than you and then just being like, this is the end of them. They're such a bad person. And it's just like, you're such a cunt. You really are. There's a granny on Insta YouTube blocks me, but their name is contains Peach, who basically just tries to argue that the Greens block the half because they want more houses. Yeah, well, they all do that, Isaac. All of them do that shit. That's the classic argument that they have.
Geordie's bends the truth less than you bend over a dude. Listen to yourself, you little waste of a man. You've got no clue. Thank you, sir. 80, you should shut the fuck up and listen, or Barsky getting wrecked.
But again, focusing on individual actors, political parties, characters in a story as opposed to class analysis, looking at
Is this just what you're going to say over and over again? I know the word class. Look, that's seriously what he's just putting there. Class. Class exists. Oh, really? This thing that has existed since organized human civilization and before that? Really, that thing exists. Wow, you're so much smarter than everybody else, even though you can't fucking understand legislation that you're reading, even though you can't fucking understand articles that you're reading. You don't even understand articles you're reading, but you understand the broad concept of class, so you're a fucking massive genius, aren't you, dude?
who makes things and who makes the rules in society is why he appears.
See, there we go. And again, like, you go into the specifics of it, his argument fucking falls apart immediately. It's like, yeah, we get it, dude. We also did first year uni. Who'd have guessed? People with more money have more power. Oh, wow. That doesn't mean that everyone sucks. You're just such a shitty narcissist, dude. Like, you really are so self-absorbed. You just think that everyone except you is shit and has like some deep-seated underlying agenda, when all you've done this whole time is just prove that you have exactly that.
So inconsistent. So then, what is Labour's role in ensuring the ruling class remains intact and
This should be good. Yeah, okay. The thing that you yourself pointed out, he's done it again! He's done it again! What a dumb cunt! Look at this. He's done it again. While saying that the Labor Party is there to keep the business structure in order, right? That they're there for the business party to be, the uni party that serves business elite. He shows again footage of PM defends IR policy from big business. Again, he does the same thing twice. What a dumb cunt.
the top remains in power.
Fuck, you suck. Holy shit. And it's just so ignorant. Like, if you understood anything about the history of this country, you would understand that the Labor Party is the representative of the workers' movement in this country. Like, it's just, you're showing it right now. You can't represent workers any more than protecting their rights at work and making sure they get paid. This is the whole fucking thing. Because class exists. Class. Whatever his nebulous fucking dumb shit understanding of class is. They're not the Workers' Party because class still exists. But Adoob's done so much more. Adoob does shitty slop tuber bullshit where he puts people out of context. He's such a good force for society, guys. This guy that just puts the word class up, and that's his whole fucking counter argument to the movement that has moved us from backwater sheep station. Sorry, I think before I said convict colony, like, let's be fair, it's been around since, the late 1800s. Backward sheep station to vibrant advanced economy that it is today. That was because of them. That was because of them. But he's better than that entire movement of workers coming together and, putting their money in and saying, these are the standards that we want for work. We think that work should be a human thing, and then starting their own party in Parliament. It's a beautiful thing that Australia is one of the few handfuls of countries that actually did this, and they did it from the very beginning, which is unique in itself, that we started out in Parliament with a workers' representation in there, and then they get their strongest minds from the workers' movement, these people that otherwise would have just been wasted genius on the ground, and put them into Parliament as an avenue to exercise their intellect to get results for them. And he's shitting on it. He's better than them because he knows the word class. What a fuckwit. A damning indictment in the Victorian education system, Geordies. I remember you saying something about losers of the winners. This guy might be one of the private school losers. I bet you any fucking money. Any money. All right. Sorry, we'll go on.
And what is Geordie's position in
The crux of that being that since the very beginning of Federation, both the business elite and the political elite have realised that the biggest threat to their power structure, of course, has and always will be organised labour.
Australia in the 1970s?
Is he going to refute that? In Seco School, we said dumb Kent or Brockman's instead of the C word because Kent Brockman was from The Simpsons. Lee, that's a very good thing that I won't use myself because I'm way too much of a sailor for it, but very good. This guy's such a knuckle brain, he probably thought IR policy meant international relations.
He's had a problem. Workers in big business were at their wits' end with each other. Strikes were through the roof. The rate of profit in Australia was in a free fall. Now, Geordies loves to bring up over and over how the CIA allegedly ousted Whitlam from office, which, yeah, he crossed some boundaries they weren't happy with, to say the least. But Geordies has never talked about how Bob Hawke, the future Prime Minister, was necessary to the recovery. While the American...
Yeah, he's going to do it. He's going to do it. He's going to fucking do it. Of course he is. This is the classic, another tell every time. The price and income accord. He's just going to bring that shit up. He's going to bring it up. No worries, Will. And again, it just shows there is no intellectual curiosity at all into why, like, what the circumstances were around it. Like, you know, if it was even a good thing, which it undoubtedly fucking was incredible and modernized this country. Like, a really good quote that I think summarizes it well is that before that, Australia was a sheep station with a couple of towns. It was Bob Hawke and Paul Keating that brought us out of just being a paddock and into what we are now, right? And the Price and Incomes Accord was absolutely pivotal to that. That was a very, very fucking important bulwark of that entire endeavor. And every single time, because all these cunts are just completely fucking illiterate and they don't seem to want to learn anything at all. They just want to keep putting in their head, like, neoliberalism. Anything that happened in the 80s is neoliberalism. So this thing must have been neoliberalism. And so they just don't ever fucking engage with it. Now, fair dues, I am not going to be as well brushed up on the Price and Incomes Accord as I should be because, well, not as I should be, just because, like, you know, this idiot is just sitting there and he is carefully constructing something over the span of fucking months, who knows, to get you out on, like, little finicky points. So we'll see what his points are, but I think that I've got, like, a good overview of it that I can get to. Because we are actually working on something. Because exactly this. Exactly right. Like, it's just the same thing as, like, tropes of misinformation, neoliberalism. Actually, another big one of that is Price and Incomes Accord. So I will have some things to say on it. But before we do, last donation, Geordies, please have some water and breathe, mate. This is a mess, but don't want you to have an aneurysm. Oh, dude, trust me. I'm just a passionate wog. I'm fine. Probably peaked in politics and law ATAR. And thought he was set for life and then flunked a year out of uni. Yeah, sounds about right. Sounds about right, don't you reckon? Something like that.
Americans in the Australian ruling class successfully turfed Whitlam in favour of the Liberal Malcolm Fraser. As I said, Fraser wasn't able to control what made Whitlam so ambitious to begin with, working people and their unions. So through Bob Hawke, who was the leader of...
Okay, hang on. This guy, okay. This actually probably does need some clarification, but I think that his argument here is that Whitlam getting ousted by the CIA is a conspiracy theory, which, you know, okay, fine. You can definitely categorize it as a conspiracy theory, but you are just being, like, such a meticulous cunt if you are. Like, it's just like, you know, it's there. I mean, you can sit there and say circumstantial evidence, but just remember a lot of court convictions happen because of circumstantial evidence. It's so dumb that you just need the absolute forensics of just, like, a CIA guy talking to another CIA guy. We're going to move in tomorrow, yeah? And if you don't have that, then it didn't happen. Okay, fine. He's sitting there and saying that, like, you know, it may or may not be a conspiracy theory. Then he goes on immediately to say that the reason that Malcolm Fraser was installed was to get the unions under control, and that was it, which is a fucking massive conspiracy theory, especially when all the evidence leads towards the fact that it was all about American military influence in America and mining. Those were the things that they were moving towards. And then he says that it's about unions, says that that's the case. No
the Australian
evidence.
Council of Trade Unions at the time, the CIA engaging what they called a little here, little there, de-radicalizing approach. To quote...
Yeah, but what the fuck? Okay, all right. First off, this is incredible because I am 90% certain that I have talked about this on a podcast, and you seem to have trawled through every podcast I've ever done to find your little finicky half a sentence here and there that you can use to put me out of context and, you know, prove me wrong,
but I'm pretty sure I have talked about the Hawke papers that were released. And on top of that, like, we'll go through them just to show you what he's talking about here. But that was just blasted everywhere, all over the press, every single news outlet talking about it. Because, again, you can sit there and say it's conspiracy if you like, but again, the purpose of the media is to keep the Labor Party out of power. And Anthony Albanese at the time was trying to style himself as just coming back as the next Bob Hawke. And as a result of that, massive smearing that they put out of just like these released Telegram polls and all this kind of shit, he had to just withdraw that statement. And it happened after he was dead, so he couldn't defend himself. But the thing is that, like, you know, you take away all of that, and then, you know, Anthony Albanese had to style himself on, I'm just going to be Labor's Howard, which I actually think is just a better point anyway, because I think that it's more recent in people's minds. But this was widely reported across all the press. To this day, the Whitlam government stuff is regarded as conspiracy theory. This is just pointed out as, and again, it's pretty much the same fucking evidence that we have for the Whitlam dismissal anyway, right? Like, it's pretty much of the same level, you know? This one, however, like, Jordan is keeping this massive secret from you. Oh, really? This thing that has just been blasted everywhere that I'm really, like, again, I can't remember every topic and everything that I've ever talked about, but I do remember talking about this on the podcast. Should I move to right or Parramatta? Oh, I don't think that's a hard choice. Parramatta, stooge, get yourself some chicken. So much better there. Right sucks. Prove me wrong. Change my mind.
Quote US Ambassador Marshall Green, it will be worth our while to try and make a real effort to develop a worthwhile program for Bob Hawke. Fraser couldn't get it done with the hammer, but Hawke could get it done by coaching the unions into agreement and sometimes coercing them into submission. He even informed on his own unions in the ACTU when they took strike action against.
Occasionally in these conversations, Hawke would denigrate various unions and disclose information about their long-term financial viability.
US companies. Yeah. To the CIA and our ruling class here in Australia, Hawke was their experienced chameleon. Hawke then bid to become the leader of the Labor Party and proposed what he had been planning with his mates in the CIA since 1974, an alliance between the government, business and unions, otherwise known as the Prices and Incomes.
There we go. Okay, so this is the whole fucking point, right? And this is something that these assholes don't understand, and this is why I engage with the real world and these pieces of shit don't. ADU is a better person than Bob Hawke. That's essentially what he's saying there. And the reason that he's a better person than Bob Hawke is that he would never do a deal with the CIA and he would never foster relationships with the Americans because they're dirty imperialist pigs. I think that also just leaves out the fact that I think that they were also released about him with envoys to the UK because that was still a big deal back then. And I think even the fucking Vatican from memory. Again, this is all just pushing it back. But yeah, obviously, somebody who is going to control this country needs to kiss ring to power. They need to kiss ring to the Murdoch Empire, which is exactly what fucking Gough Whitlam did, which is the one that these people always venerate as the only good Labor leader. Everyone else sucks except for Gough Whitlam. No idea why that happened, by the way. I think it is purely just because he is the one that did the most foolhardy shit and got immediately ousted, and they're just like, I respect the balls. It's like, yeah, but like, he's out. He didn't do anything anywhere near as consequential as Bob Hawke and Paul Keating did for the better of this country because he's out. He didn't even get a term. And this is the hero to them because it's just this noble revolutionary bullshit that these assholes like to think that they'd be brave enough to do. But again, this cunt is too afraid to show his face. And he sits there and says like, oh yeah, I'll just LARP as Gough Whitlam because it's that. But the point is that big and good. Big and good. Big and good. So anyway, the whole point is with all of these pieces of shit, which this is the worst part about this, because his general point is that the Labor Party is in cahoots with the CIA. Or cahoots isn't even the right word. There is influence from the CIA in the Labor Party, which I've talked about on the main channel. I think we even talked about it in the Rudd Gillard video, the one we were just talking about Gillard being a shitter prime minister than Kevin Rudd. One sec. Sounds like he's a socialist bro who ignores the Marxist et al. Were in the leisure class. It's interclass solidarity which makes socialism work, bro. It's a very good point. But the thing is that, you know, in reality, just like it has always been since the very beginning of organized society, you, surprise, surprise, if you're a governor, and that is the way that I want you to think about Australia, because all in but name, that's kind of like the same general structure that we have, yeah? We are a province of the Roman Empire. Bob Hawke is a governor of it. Every prime minister is a governor of it. They are not the grand emperor. In fact, it's probably stupid to say that the president of the United States is the grand emperor. Obviously, there are, the deep state and, big business interests, but I would honestly say it's the deep state. In fact, I would say it's the CIA that's probably at the helm of it. I was reading a very interesting book that was talking about the fact that ever since Venice really came up with the modern version of what intelligence agencies are, that has been the thing that rules society. It makes a really compelling case. It's a good book. Anyway, I love you, Jordan. Please move to Perth and be mine. I do very much like the phrase mine and Perth. That's what I'm saying. That's a very well-constructed argument there, Geordie, but consider this. Skibbity, Ohio, Sigma, Rizzler, Guyat. Okay, well, thank you for that. Anyway, let's just go back to this. Dickheads like this just will not accept reality, The point is that when you are a governor of a province, guess what? You have to abide by the emperor. That does not mean that running for governor of a province isn't a noble thing. And in that province, you are given a lot of autonomy. In fact, I think that it's pretty general. I think there was a Chinese ambassador that was talking about this once, which was that the American empire, and most empires for that matter, don't really care what you do in terms of running your hospitals, running your schools, the basic quality of life things in the province. That's fine. What they care about is resources, check, when it comes to Whitlam, and defense and foreign affairs, right? Check with Gough Whitlam as well. Gough Whitlam was saying, we want to be our own entity. We want to be our own independent nation. And they were saying, no, you are a province of the American empire. And Bob Hawke, shock horror, accepted the reality of that. And as a result, got in. And as a result, fundamentally changed this nation for the better in profound ways that Whitlam could have never, ever done. He was not afforded the opportunity to do it. He was out. That is the difference. That is what happens when you have somebody in there that understands power and how to yield it. How would history be different if Bob Hawke was a giant cockroach? But can still speak English and stuff. I don't think he could get elected, dude. He just wasn't handsome enough. Jordan, NRL or AFL? Oh, NRL, boys. NRL for days. Come on, you got to support the sport, the choice of sport for garbos and people with Down syndrome. I really do like the fact that the down and out of society have something. They have something. AFL is middle class shit. Sorry, it was just now in this dumb little Marxist everything's about class, but look, I think sport is. Just tuned in. When is he going to talk about Bobcat as Eternal Dynasty TM? Oh, I will eventually. Sorry, we will go into it.
Incomes Accord. The unions
There we go. He's talking about the price and incomes accord. Got it. Bingo, bingo.
would agree not to strike. In return, they get things like Medicare and real wage growth. But as Keating said, increasing the profit share was the name of the game.
Oh, really? Paul Keating said one thing in the span of how long did the price and income accord go for? Fuck, I don't even know. Wasn't there 7 of them or some shit? Or 11? I don't know. But fuck, over a decade. Treasurer Paul Keating was explicit about the agenda when he stated that increasing the profit share was the name of the game. He said one thing. Paul Keating has said many, many, many fucking things. That's the main aim, is it? This guy's just such a piece of shit. He just highlights the one thing that agrees with him. You listen to what Paul Keating talks about when he says the price and incomes accord. And he really balances, he really unpacks it. It's a little more than just fucking increasing profit share. Obviously, you're going to be saying that when you're talking to business executives, you dumb fuck. Can't wait for you to get to the part where he recommends a book written by a member of the Australia Institute. Oh, does he? Because it really does just sound like that shit, doesn't it? It's getting there.
And this was prioritized. So, well, yes, Australia got things like Medicare, arguably things they already won a decade earlier under Whitlam.
You see, there we go. There we fucking go. Isn't that incredible? This guy is acting like I just sit there and pom-pom cheerlead the Labor Party endlessly. And the thing is, all of these people that have to pretend that the Labor Party is exactly the same as the Liberal Party, and, you know, or just like this guy who's got the really nuanced point, it's slightly better. It's slightly better, but it's still controlled by the business elite and all this kind of shit, right? To make that point, they always just have to like grossly gloss over all the massive accomplishments that the Labor Party has accomplished. Like this line here, that is fucked.
Chair was the name of the game, and this was prioritized. So while, yes, Australia got things like Medicare, arguably things they already won a decade earlier under Whitlam, real wage...
You slimy piece of shit. Things that arguably were already won a decade under Whitlam. Things that arguably, that's what he's saying there. So he's trying to dismiss. First off, all he does is just gloss over the one highlight that the Labor Party got out of Price and Income's Accord. I'm just going to find, because I think I do have like the rudimentary notes of the thing that we're going to go through. Where is that? All right. We'll go through that in a second, but I just want to understand how, like, because he knows that that's a really dishonest, slimy point. So he's just trying to undermine the thing that everyone universally agrees is fucking incredible, which is Medicare, which should be something that we should all come together by and say, like, that is a good thing. And it should just be giving credit to the person that gave it. Like, guys, I gave credit to the Liberal Party for coming up with the corporate tax evasion, for the tax avoidance task force, right? Like, tax avoidance task force, sorry. I am happy to do that. I am happy to give credit where it's due. This asshole is trying to denigrate credit from the Bob Hawke, Paul Keating governments of implementing Medicare. Like, what a cunt straight off the bat. And then the way that he does that is just by weaselly saying like, oh, arguably like we had that before under Whitlam, because they're talking about Medibank, right? But what happened with Medibank was Fraser got in for 7 years, again, because Gough Whitlam didn't have time to implement it. It was gut to the shit. It was basically just a shell of itself by the time that it was out. And so Bob Hawke came along and was just like, okay, we're just going to have to scrap that. We'll sell that off. We'll start again. And that was Medicare. It's so dumb to sit there and say, arguably, we had the same thing already. Because again, this type of piece of shit just sits there and goes like, oh, Whitlam's the model forward because he did like cool revolutionary shit. When in reality, like Bob Hawke sitting there and bending with the reeds, as the Chinese would say, he got so much more done. Like, he is trying to give Whitlam credit for Medicare when Whitlam did not get it done. Again, this is pathetic because I'm not trying to denigrate the history of Gough Whitlam. You know, like Gough Whitlam was a great man, a smart, intelligent, vigorous man, but his method was wrong. And as a result of that, he is trying to take away the biggest accomplishment, something that every Australian just fundamentally knows is a universally good thing, which is universal healthcare. He's trying to take that away from Bob Hawke and give it to Whitlam, like all these cunts do. They all just have this weird obsession with Whitlam. They cannot ever admit that anything that, you know, Hawke and Keating did was great, when they are just factually the better government because they're in for longer and their ramifications on this country have had far bigger results, way bigger results. Like, we'll just get into what he's also just saying is just like not even mentioning it. Not even mentioning it as part of the Price and Incomes Accord of what the average Australian got out of it, right? The average Australian got out of the Price and Incomes Accord, which if you don't know, is pretty much just business and unions coming together, again, because he was a conciliatory person. Like, he was somebody that just got everyone together, sat them down and said, okay, let's hammer out a good deal. Like, that's what he was. He was what Trump pretends he is, like the art of the deal. That was Bob Hawke. Sorry, hang on. You speak of faceless cowards, but frankly, I wish Punters Politics would show his dumb, smug face. His anti-slot video isn't going down well. Sucked in. Geordie's, you should debate him on 40k Battlefield. Bring the best and socialist flag tower wrapped in the 40k? Anyway, so we'll just talk about this, right? This is what superannuation... Sorry, what the fuck? Superannuation was just one of the things, which again... revolutionary. Change the fucking game. Revolutionary. Superannuation might be the most important government implementation that has ever happened because it's made it so that even when the Liberal Party is in power, the government still gets built. And on top of that, takes off huge burden off the budget of us trying to find how we're going to get a pension for an aging population. Like, yes, it has been run into the ground by the Liberals, and they have tried to disable it, like they do with everything. Superannuation is up there with Medicare, and they're things that they would love to kill. They would love to kill superannuation like nothing else. But superannuation is something that he just doesn't talk about. If he does talk about it, he'll have that same dumb shit view that, actually, it's really bad. He's going to say that. And, like, you know, insert various octopus tentacle bullshit point that you have to go down for 20 minutes to say why he's fucking stupid about it, but we'll wait for him to make that point. But Medicare, superannuation, tax cuts for lower income earners, crackdowns on tax avoidance, controlled pay rises, better OH&S standards. Why is it important that you have controlled pay rises? Because before the price and income accord, this is the reason that we had unbelievable inflation, which I bet you he doesn't even fucking talk about, right? But like the things that people were talking about in the cost of living crisis, where it was just like, what did we get to? 7% or 8% or something like that? Or was it 6% even? It was something like that. Our inflation before the price and incomes accord, I think was at 11%. It was double digit. That was just a normal occurrence before this. Why was that? Because inflation happens for a myriad of reasons. This is the whole dumb thing about these people. Like, everything is just corporations. Everything. Every time. It's corporations, corporate greed. That's the reason that you have things. It was undeniably, indisputably, if you talk to any fucking economist worth their salt, they will tell you the reason that we had inflation back then was because of wage increases. It was because the unions were very good in certain sectors at getting big wage increases, usually something like construction or something like that, yeah? And as a result of that, then it would fuck up the industry in itself, because employers would think, oh, okay, well, we just have like random massive pay increases that we have to pay, so we can't afford to put more people on, and so we're just going to have to do what we have with this, even though we're supposed to be expanding and constructing and continuing to build the planet. We don't know how many strikes there's going to be. We don't know how much labor hire is going to cost us, because it just can exponentially increase by 20%. So we have to pull back on the optimal staff that we have to build these things that are necessary for society to function. That would be one example of it, right? That's another reason why you had simultaneously huge unemployment rates. I think that was at 11% as well. Like really, really, really high, dire unemployment rates. This is, guys, having over 10% of the population unemployed outright, just not a job. That is terrible. That is really bad for the economy. And again, before the price and incomes accord, there really wasn't this kind of like a social safety net that we have now. That didn't really exist in the form that it does today. It would have been way harder being unemployed. But the thing is, the price and incomes accord came together and said, okay, look, unions, what you're going to do is we're going to still increase wages, but they're going to increase at a smaller rate than they have been, and they will increase across the board, because this is the other thing that was happening, right? So inflation was going rampant because of wage increases in sectors and like being disproportionate. So even better, like, you know, you got a lot of money in, say, like the business sector, the construction sector or something, if you were working in that. But say that you were working in, I don't know, textiles or something, and you weren't getting the same pay increases, then that massive inflation was even fucking worse for you. And again, this is inflation. People were complaining about fucking 6% inflation and 7% inflation. This was just like normal day-to-day shit. It would be double-digit inflation. And pay might not have been coming up. You make some good points, Geordie. You CIA handlers have taught you well. The Greens are Skaven. They dig and rabble through the shit and destroy everything they touch, and then destroy each other when they get caught out. Very true. Very fucking true. No, Jordan, you missed his comment. 80 is too good for Whitlam too. Is he? Okay. Australia's Sir Galahad. It was Adam Band. Okay, all right, there we go. Fuck yeah, there. Thank you, Thought Morrison, for correcting the record on ADU and how he's better than literally everybody that has actually accomplished huge things in the world, while this cunt just puts YouTubers out of context for a living. Wow, what a great man. So again, all of that was won as a result of the price and incomes accord. Your life is immeasurably better as a result of the price and incomes accord. Let's just go through it again. Superannuation is a massive nation building tool. It is the thing that has been keeping investment going in this country, because our business sector is so fucking lazy. Really, really lazy. Basically, everything is always the union's fault. Profit sucks. Like, it's still the same kinds of things. Superannuation is the thing that takes the risks in the investments that end up making things in this economy that are like innovative to begin with. It also builds all of the infrastructure. It also is the thing that's sort of like moving along the energy transition when the Labor Party's out of power. It's the thing that is going to be building social and affordable housing, even when Labor is out of power. They have turned that into something that they can invest people's money in and make a return out of it. So it is just you getting a good retirement that is off budget, so it is not a massive burden on the budget. And in the meantime, while it's building the nation, it's making you ready for retirement. What a fucking beautiful concept. Again, ignored. The only thing that he says is Medicare and then tries to give it to fucking Whitlam. What a cunt. What an absolute cunt. None of these other massive wins. Unemployment benefits, the pension was increased as well. Increases in welfare, like all of this stuff was won as a result of the Price and Incomes Accord. So your social safety net, just so you know, your retirement is infinitely better because of Price and Incomes Accord. Health, you have universal health care because of the Price and Incomes Accord. Like, you have, just in case you do fuck up, or like, there's a redundancy, or, there's a shutdown of the industry or whatever, you have unemployment benefits. You have welfare benefits now that you could not have imagined having in the fucking 70s. And he's talking about the 70s being this wonder time for Australia. I'm sure he would be anti-battler if the cost of his anti-butthurt medication was affordable thanks to Medicare. Prawn or crab? Answer the question, Jordan. Prawn. Prawn for the win. Do you think Troxius cunts are as bad as the Greens? See, the thing is, like, I just don't know what these stupid little words are, and I don't think that they do, and I think that they're kind of just the same type of person, which is private school loser that got bullied at high school, rightfully so, as a result, knows that they're not going to be getting any like mad ins in the private investment firms that their daddy runs. And as a result, they had this mad education promised to them. They still suck at life. And so they have to be at the vanguard of leading the proles because, they're educated like Lenin was. And so they understand how society runs. And then they just prove embarrassingly over and over again how fucking wrong they are. Because if you want to run society, you should at least like look at things to the objective point that you can acknowledge what the fuck the people that you say is shit is not shit. Like, I've given you a perfect example in that. I've gone out of my way to sit there and say, all right, he got me out on like this word that I said off the cuff. I should have said a different word there. All right, even though he could be wrong, I'm going to have to double check that. Yes, while I was skimming through this paper, yes, I thought that like the 43 billion was more than it actually was for that year. All right. And then I went in to explain why, like he's just left out a bunch of context to get there. But, I will go out of my way to do that. I will, with the Liberal Party, say they came up with the tax evasion task force, tax avoidance task force. I will do that. This cunt sits there and tries to take Medicare away from Bob Hawke. What a hero. What a hero. He really understands how the world works. Like, he is actively trying to make a reality for himself that isn't there. And he's spending a lot of time editing it down to make sure, like, really, he must have known these things and figured out ways to eat away at it. Like, it's just such a piece of shit. They always are.
Wages fell, inflation wasn't kept under control, and importantly, unions that were unhappy with the arrangements were violently stamped out. Geordie's was right.
One sec. Geordie, can you come back upstairs? Me and Candy cosplayed as Medicare at a union-backed infrastructure bill. We want to see a nice Labor win for Sausage Sizzle. What the fuck does that mean? Common Sense Brigade mod here. Would love to hear Friendly Geordie's team's thoughts on New South Wales and Victoria. Okay, look, I don't have any thoughts at the moment. None. I've just been thinking about federal for a while, so I don't really know what the fuck's going on in those places. Sorry, I got distracted. I should pay attention to this.
Won a decade earlier under Whitlam, real wages fell, inflation wasn't kept under control, and Australia got things like Medicare, arguably things they already won a decade earlier under Whitlam, real wages fell, inflation...
Yeah, but again, you fuckwit, we just went through that. Yes, the entire point of the Price Incomes Accord was unions are going to have to control their increases in wages. He's talking about the time when you could just broker out a 20% wage increase for the boys, you know? Like, yes, obviously wages are going to lower from that point. The point is that they were universal and across the board. Obviously, there was different variations for different industries and how much it went up depending on their profitability and all that kind of stuff. But everyone was getting wage increases. They were kind of just like fixed into a government order where it goes like bip, 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 ticks along, right? That's just so fucking dumb. Like, yeah, that was the thing that was causing inflation. Everyone knew it. Even the unions fucking knew it. It's something else that he keeps out of control, out of this, and just pretends like Bob Hawke just pulling the strings behind because of the CIA. The ACTU was on board with this. The ACTU knew that this was the right path forward. They all knew. Business and unions, who'd have guessed? They do have common interests. They can get things done together. That's possible. It's a really good time in history when it is there. It should be celebrated. This arsehole's just sitting there and pretending that you should continue on with the 70s terrible economy that we had, where we had things like stagflation that were happening as a result of this. Things that economists didn't think was possible before the 70s. Stagflation, where you are not growing and inflation is increasing. And that was because of those wage increases. And on top of that, the other thing that he doesn't mention, because he's just a cunt and he won't fucking like, you know, look at things objectively in the slightest. It's so annoying that these assholes are always saying that like, I don't look at things objectively. It's so infuriating because it's like, first off, at least I'm aware of my bias. That's the first part that you dickheads never see. You never see it. And then the second thing is, like, I try to. You guys don't. You filter out any information that doesn't fit you because what was the other end of the bargain? What was the other end of the bargain? Companies in the 70s were highly protected by the tariffs, by all these other raft of protectionist policies that were in place to make sure that shit companies that weren't profitable, that shouldn't be profitable, had a captive audience to sell their shit socks to in Australia. That should have just been opened up, and then it's just like, because, look, I'm talking about this in a video that's coming out, but, you know, when you have limited amounts of labor in this country like we do, we are not China. We don't have that many people here. We don't have that much money in comparison, or at least at this point, we didn't have that much money. You know, like, you really have to divert the workforce that you have into things that are actually productive and people want to buy. Unlike shit stocks and shit shorts and all this kind of shit that you could buy from the Philippines or China for like way cheaper, way more effectively, way higher quality. That's what they're talking about there, right? So, yes, unions gave up their capacity in certain sectors, by the way, to just randomly increase like their wages by huge margins. They gave that up. They still got measured, disciplined increases. They also got everything that we just went through, which was the compulsory superannuation tax cuts, fucking Medicare, controlled pay rises, better OH&S standards, increase in welfare pension, unemployment benefits. They got all of that as well. And the business community, what did they have to get rid of? Their protectionism. All of a sudden, they were laid bare to the rest of the world. And they had to compete with the rest of the world in their products. That's what the business world had to sacrifice. That is a huge sacrifice for them. That was the big negotiation point that they came to. It was like, we'll control our wages. You have to be open to competition. And the economy is undeniably better for it. I think the Whitlam focus is due to unis glazing him in many level 100, 200 readings for social science and social work, and they aren't taught what's not good about historiography. Yeah, that's very true. They do. It's a weird thing. Again, it's just because universities, people that went to university are from the middle class and they got free uni out of Whitlam. And so they just sit there and they're just like, he's great. He gave me free uni. And it's just people that are obsessed with uni that they're just like, free uni. I got free uni out of Whitlam. You know, like that's the reason that they glaze him endlessly. I think that's the point. And again, look, Whitlam was a great man. He really was. But again, like the way that he did things wasn't disciplined. And as a result, he didn't get as much done. My dad loved the Hawke era, said construction went way faster and everyone was happy. Exactly. Why was that? Why was that? It's because of that. It's because the unions under the guise of just like, look, we're just going to put these steady increases here. You're not going to strike all the time. So you're just delaying building endlessly, and you can hire enough people that are actually needed to build the thing, and they're still getting the wage increases. Things just got more efficient. It was just working like a modern advanced society needs to work, instead of just this endless fucking conflict that was happening.
Wasn't kept under control, and
inflation wasn't kept under control. Fuck me. Jesus Christ. That's just wrong. Again, is he going to acknowledge that he's wrong? Let's see. Because inflation before the incomes and prices accord, price and incomes accord was put up, again, double digits. By the end of it, it was in that nice 2 to 3 range that it's supposed to be in. That's the definition of inflation being under control. It is a result of, because show me this, right? Structurally, the economy hasn't changed since the Hawke-Keating era. It hasn't, because it is running like a well-oiled machine now. They absolutely transformed this economy, made it one of the stablest, best functioning economies in the world. That was Hawke and Keating, the guys that this cunt here is saying that like, oh, inflation was up, when it's just like, that's not even fucking true. That's not even true. And he's not going to admit it either. But the reason that generally our inflation has been pretty damn good for the last 40 years is because of those changes. It is in that nice little bandwidth most of the time, barring the global cost of living crisis or something like that. It is running over very, very smoothly. Very smoothly. And it is because of the price and incomes accord. And he's wrong. He's just wrong about the inflationary point. I hope my Crowder mug you got brings you peace in the knowledge that your work does effectively change minds. Thanks, man. Was that you that gave it to me? Dude, can I just give you a round of applause? Because that's one of my favorite things in the world, my Louder with Crowder mug. It's so, oh my God. I'm part of the mug club. Thank you for that, man. Like, yeah, you're a king. You really are. Geordies, maybe your next show you could be hunting showers for sweaty Redditors. Loved watching you on the GC. Oh, dude, that would be sick, actually. Just going through all these dumb shit arguments that Redditors have. That would be a good video. Show. I'm getting a bit delirious here. It's getting a bit late. Maybe I should just have a coffee and just have a break, because I just need to come back and talk about how much of a dumbass this guy is. Hawke era, Huck tour. Oh my God, Geordie. I'm Geordieing it. Yeah, dude, I'm finding it too hard to read. I'll be back in a sec. 5-minute break, everyone.
All right, we back? Geordie's stroking it. Yeah, obviously that's what I was doing. I was there for a wank. No discipline, it seems. Just let me know that this is working and that you can see me, and then we will continue on with it. Sorry. We there? Can you see me? Wakey, wakey. Geordies should bring on both Michael Cusack and Jack. Slow down. I'm such a boomer. I don't understand these things. I want to see both Geordies and Zach doing a Trump impersonation. I think I am doing a podcast with Zach soon. I think I am anyway. Look, I'll double check that. How's Guernsey? He's making me feel safe again. Okay, yeah. All right, yeah, we're back again. All right, so what else were we talking about with this fucking loser again? I can't even remember now. What was it? Oh, yeah. Don't you think that another reason that people like this really hate Hawke and Keating is because they hate the idea of getting on with people? Because they can't do it, clearly. Like, again, this guy has no social skills. None. He's proven it in this video. He really doesn't understand basic submodalities. Nothing. He doesn't understand how human beings interact. And so as a result of that, he sits there and thinks like, but you should just get what you want all the time, regardless of the circumstances, right? And we're not even talking about divvying resources up to each other. It's just like, this is reality. If you just keep getting wage increases endlessly, this is what happens. You cause rampant inflation and unemployment, you know? Like, this isn't a pro-big business thing. This is no collusion here, right? But he just hates the idea of like sitting around and like hashing out your differences, i.e. what is ideally the best scenario ever. He just wants violent, bloody revolution or whatever, and anything that like is closer to that makes him feel cool and important looking at it. Someone just gave me $20. Thank you. All right, let's just go on with it. Fuck, he's stupid, though. He really is. Like, it's incredible how bad this guy is, you know? Like, he's worse than Swollen Pickles. I'll say that. And Swollen Pickles is dog shit.
Importantly, unions that were unhappy with the arrangements were violently stamped out. Geordie's was right that organised labour is the biggest threat to the ruling elite, and Hawke knew that too, which is what...
See, there we go. All right, the same guy that was just saying that the CIA toppling... Whitlam. Sorry, I just need to have some more energy drink here. The same guy that toppled Whitlam was saying Whitlam getting toppled is a conspiracy theory. Now he just makes this conspiracy theory up entirely. That Bob Hawke is in cahoots against the ACTU and the union movement in general, which is stupid because they were in on the Price and Incomes Accord. The union movement, by and large, saw that it was absolutely fucking necessary. Just the entire country thought it was a good idea. You got business, you had union leaders, you even had the public. The public was on board with it as well. But yes, that was all a big business conspiracy theory, because everything is always a big business conspiracy theory to these people. Everything. They has Munchausen syndrome, as I like to call it. Why do you call it Munchausen syndrome? I sort of get that it's like something about Munchausen Proboski, right? But anyway.
Why he took away workers' right to strike. Organised labour challenging the ruling elite would ruin Hawke's deal and curtail the power and money of business.
One more time. Sorry about that.
Took away workers' right to strike. Geordie's was right that organised labour is the biggest threat to the ruling elite, and Hawke knew that too, which is why he took away workers' right to strike. Organised labour...
He didn't take away workers' rights to strike, ADU. Stop exaggerating things. Is that what you seriously think happened? Why does strikes still exist to this day then? He put more legal boundaries in front of the way of it. That's what happened. He's not taking away the right to strike. It still happens, you dead shit. Like, this is the thing that's so bad about these people. It's like, why can't you just say an honest statement ever? You just have to exaggerate everything. You have to put everything out of context. You just can't down the line because they're just endlessly, this thing is really bad. It's so bad. And it's like, you could probably make your argument and be honest about it. You really could. But you always just have to jump the gun every time. You always have to just take it so far. Just always painting this bleak, I don't know, Blade Runner reality where corporations control fucking everything and everything is always because of corporate interests and no one ever in power is ever doing anything ever in the benefit of the public, you know? And it's just this. This is just another slight, sneaky little example of it. Nothing that he has said so far is honest. It really isn't. Like, if we go back and look at it, it's just a combination of him not understanding the thing that he's reading and deliberately obfuscating things. That's it. Geordie's the ADA guys in the chat right now. Thank you very much for the $30 for it. Yeah, suffer it. Suffer it, you cunt. Like, you made this video about me, so I'm just going to sit there and comment on it. Fuck you. Like, you are not getting away with denigrating my character like this. It's not happening. I'm going to respond to every video you ever do in my own fucking time. When I feel like it, when I have a bare minute, because unlike you, who's so pathetic that you're just in the chat now, just being like, that's not what I meant. Like, it's just like, I've got things to do in my life. So I have to actually allot this time out. There's other things that I should have been doing tonight, but it was like, oh, okay, the election's over. I've got to do these like 5 or 6 hit pieces that have been done on me during the election time and address them. Because if you don't, then idiots like you start controlling the narrative of who I am. And I'm not going to let that happen, especially when you are this dishonest. As you have seen, I will outright say, you've got a point here. You won't. You do this kind of shit. You do these cheap, smeary little things, and you're not good at it either. You're not very talented at it. That's the worst part.
Labour challenging the ruling elite would ruin Hawke's deal and curtail the power and money of business. But wouldn't you know, business boomed. There was an investment boom, and then
Yeah, which is a good thing. Explain to us why. Explain to us, just because it's a business. Holy fuck, this guy's dumb. Because the word investment sounds businessy, it must be bad. This is the mental paradigm that we're dealing with here, guys. He gets the game so much better than the rest of us, doesn't he?
property boom.
Property boom, another one. Why was there a property boom? Do you have any idea why that happened? It was because Paul Keating and Bob Hawke made it because the exact opposite problem was happening in the 60s and 70s, which was too difficult to get a loan. It was really hard. A business loan was actually it's very difficult if you were part of the working class to get a business loan. In fact, it was virtually fucking impossible. And then a home loan, exactly the same thing. Really, really, really hard. Like, yeah, houses were cheap. You still couldn't afford them because you weren't able to get the loan. I call it a mental disorder when a person intentionally fakes illness or injury to gain attention and sympathy plus combo with other spaz stuff. Yeah, it is. Very good point.
The financial sector was deregulated, which all came crashing down in 1990 in the recession we had to have. Now, union membership had already been falling by this point, but the Accord taking away a...
what is it again? What have we got? I'm just reading out. ADU desperately typing, just have a chat over and over again when he knows that you already rightfully do so he can leave saying, I was the bigger man, flop. What a fucking loser, dude. He's so ready, isn't he? He's like, debate me. And the only reason that he wants to debate is because he wants to build his profile unfairly when he's just denigrated mine and he won't even give me a chance to respond to his shit.
and he's just like, it feels like he's leaving being a bigger man. Like, dude, if you were the bigger man, you would actually engage with the arguments that are being made on your own fucking video, but you can't do it. You have to deflect from it to be like, I just want to chat. I want to have a debate. Just debate me. So you can just yell over the top of me. And like, the thing is, the reason that these assholes like doing this is because they know the debate format is just two people yelling at each other and nothing ever gets like explained ever. Like, that's why they do it. Because they don't want someone sitting there and holding their own words to a standard. None. They just want it to be in a vacuum of yelling. ADU, you suck. You're just a piece of crap. Like, I don't want to help you out at all, ever. I really wish the worst for you. Like, you know, I don't want you to do well in life. You're asking for a favor after doing this. How self-absorbed and dumb can you be? People who exaggerate these things to the extreme are the same who say with a straight face Labor and Liberals are the same and that better things aren't possible. Infuriating. Yeah, it's exactly that. It's incredible, isn't it? Like, to make the Labor and Liberal the same argument, you just have to endlessly exaggerate and lie about things. Sorry, 1 second.
There was an investment boom and then a property boom. The financial sector was deregulated.
Yeah, again, see, he doesn't know. This is the other one that he just made then. You're not getting away with any of these claims, ADU. You're not getting away with them. Sorry. You are going to be punished for every dumb shit, idiotic claim that you have made. It is going to be addressed. The fact that you are sitting there and saying, and I quote, let's just go back on it again.
Financial sector was
The financial sector was deregulated.
Which
you don't know what that means. You don't know what it means. These are all just general businessy terms that you have no idea about how that improved Australia. That was massive for Australia. That was huge. That moved around finance and moved around money in this country so that we have a bunch of the investments that we have in this country today. Foreign investment is a good thing. It can be bad in certain circumstances, like everything else. There's kind of like gray areas to literally everything that these people will never, ever acknowledge. Generally, having foreign investment in a country means that you are building up the economy, doesn't it? It means that you are creating more jobs. It means that you are creating more businesses. It means that you are creating more competition. It's just the standard shit. And he's sitting there and saying, like, just because the word deregulation is bad in his circles, that it's automatically bad. It's like, yeah, sometimes deregulation is, sometimes it's not. And he will never acknowledge that because he's just got that stupid, idiotic view that he needs to enforce.
Which all came crashing down in 1990 in the recession we had to have.
UABC style dullard. Holy hell. Okay. Explain to us what he meant by the recession we had to have. You won't be able to do it. He doesn't know what that means. But I'll give you the run and the short of it, yeah? Which was that the Australian economy was changing so rapidly for the better in the long term. Yeah, this was the whole thing about the price and incomes accord. It's very easy to just sit there at what this guy, I'm assuming, got to the conclusion of when he said that, oh, inflation increased. Maybe if you just focus in on like a couple of years and don't talk about the grand project that it is, which is when you are fundamentally changing the economy, guess what? It takes a little more than a quarter of a year to do. We're talking over the span of a decade, more than a decade. That is extremely fast, that you are fundamentally changing the economic makeup of this country to modernize it. You are, as a result, all these different new sectors are opening up, all these new different industries are opening up. And as a result of that, you have this kind of shaky plane that is trying to get landed while he is doing other things to make sure that the economy as holistically is getting changed as a movement. So, for instance, deregulating the dollar, making sure that the Reserve Bank is a separate entity to the government. These things, for instance, like deregulating the bank from, making sure that it's an independent entity, so it's rising and lowering interest rates. He wanted interest rates to be raised earlier. It's exactly the opposite problem of what we're facing now. Interest rates should have been lowered quicker than they were. Back then, I think that they needed to be raised higher. Again, don't hold me to this. I'm pretty sure it was that needed to be raised. They weren't. And as a result of that, you had overheat in the economy while it's changing, while you have all of these construction booms. As a result of that, yeah, there was a recession. Why don't you talk about the next 40 years that Paul Keating is responsible for unbelievable growth, unbelievable, so really good inflation kept in hold, very low employment, just a very fundamentally sound, structurally sound economy that hasn't been changed since. Why do you give him none of the credit for that? Why do you talk about the shaky plane landing that was in the early 90s? Or the late 80s or whatever the fuck it was?
Now, union membership had already been falling by this point, but the Accord taking...
Oh, to be fair, sorry, let me just show you what he's looking at here now.
Which all came crashing down in 1990 in the recession we had to have. Now, union membership had already been falling by this point, but the Accord taking away a fundamental right and way in which unions organize and Hawke crushing any opposition.
Sorry, I just thought that my chat... Oh, fuck off. Skip.
In the recession we had to have. Now, union membership had already been falling by this point, but the Accord taking away a fundamental right and way in which unions organize and Hawke crushing any opposition at best did nothing to reverse that decline and at worst outright fueled it.
What a stupid false paradigm that is. Yes. The Accord in Australia must have instigated these declines in union membership worldwide. Now, it's not all to blame for that, obviously, like it was already lowering to that. This is the first time that ADU has had like any nuance in his argument at all. It's not all to blame for that, but at worst, it did absolutely nothing to halt it. And it was all because they lost the right to strike. That's the reason that people join unions, you know? They join the unions because they want to take time off of work and not put food on the table for their kids on the off chance that maybe they might get a pay increase at the end of the day. It's not like people join the unions for healthcare. It's not like they join it for a retirement plan. It's not like they join it so they have better pay conditions. It's not like they join it so just in case they lose their job, they get a redundancy payment, which, if you look at this, that's all the stuff that they accomplish on a government scale so every worker in the country had it. If you're going to make the argument that the Price and Incomes Accord was the result of declining union membership, yeah, you know why? Because they sort of made union membership redundant to selfish people. That's pretty much it. And the vast majority of the population only cares about me, right? Like the reason that people were joining the unions is because life was so shit that this was the only way that they had of organizing themselves and fighting back, right? But if you have a government in that does all the shit that unions used to do, like come up with healthcare plans, like come up with retirement plans, and they come out and say, that's all handled now, most people are going to think, what the fuck's the point of joining a union then? You know? Like, obviously, this is not a reason that you shouldn't join your union. Your union is a ticket in democracy. It is the fact that you believe in, it is an acknowledgement and a payment to everybody that sacrificed their lives to keep unions going back in the day. And it is an acknowledgement and a payment to this day, they are still getting incredible shit done, like the Closing the Loopholes bill, right? They are still getting major government legislation through. And they are still increasing your workers' rights and making sure that they're enforced. They're the guys that you go to every time you get unfairly fired, every time that there's an OH&S problem. They're the guys that sort it out, you know? Like, you still need unions. But the vast majority of people just think, good enough, fuck it. That's one reason they go down, right? If you're going to be blaming the Price and Incomes Accord, that would be the reason for it, not banning the right to strike, which didn't even happen. On top of that, this is the other reason that union membership declined. And this is just, we know for a fact that this is the reason that it started declining. It is because there had been, for many years until then, very organized, slow, lazy industries in this country that did the same shit. And they were all in manufacturing. And manufacturing is a very unionized field. But then when you have Hawke and Keating diversifying the economy, which is kind of just like, you know, this is a crude example and it's, you know, open to a million, it's stupid to say, but just as a quick, so you've got something in your head.
It's kind of like diversifying your shares portfolio, yeah? Like if you just put all of it into just a couple of shares, well, you are very susceptible. But if you, as I said at the beginning of this, put it into index funds, guess what? You are in a better position at the end in the vast majority of circumstances. And it's the same thing with the economy. They diversified it unbelievably, opened up all different types of industries that just didn't exist here before. And as a result of that as well, sluggish industries, sluggish businesses that could not compete without being completely protected from the rest of the world like they're the dodo, they went by the wayside. As a result of that, you have all of these people moving into new industries that didn't exist before and out of old industries that were filled with OH&S problems, by the way. These were like bad 19th century kind of factories that people were working at. They're moving out of those jobs. They're moving into, I don't know, fucking, you know, teaching or becoming tradies or whatever, right? They are, as a result of that, moving into industries that have not had the time to unionize, like the other ones had over the past century plus to unionize. Obviously, rates are going to decline. What is also not mentioned is the fact that the power of the unions has been transformed into superannuation. Like, unions are now big, huge, the biggest financial players. That's incredible. Like, he transformed the system, in inverted commas, to this idiot. Paul Keating is such a visionary that he was like, the unions are on decline. They will continue to decline because that's just what needs to be done to the economy for reasons of increasing people's life expectancy so they aren't in shitty factory jobs anymore, allowing the economy to employ more people. Like, all of these reasons, the economy needed to be shifted. Like, it was just a 19th century economy with like all of these like boys clubs that had opened up to keep it in these protection rackets. It needed to be opened up. It needed to be modernized. That needed to happen. The unions probably would go down. His thing was, here you go, here's superannuation, go into that. As a result, unions are now way more powerful than they ever were when they were striking and shit. And on top of that, they actually are building the economy and they're building a place that's better for humanity. And on top of that, they don't have to go to like all of these like endless bus stops with, I don't know, crowd strike breakers and shit like that. Instead, they're the guys at the desk now. They are the people in the big high-rise buildings. The unions are there. The barbarians are at the gate. It is genius what happened with superannuation. Absolutely genius. It massively expanded the influence of unions. Massively. This is the official Friendly Geordies union movement. Please leave attached your pledge of economic justice for poor Warhammer investments. Very good. Watching these terrible hatchet job videos on you makes me want to make a painfully detailed autistic critique of your views on nuclear, whilst also glazing you gratuitously to upset your aunties too. Dude, don't. Then I'm going to have to do a critique on There's nothing I hate more than talking about nuclear power. Oh my God, I hate discussing it. It's just, as you are saying, it is just the most autistic subject there is. And I like... I've got other things that I want to do with my life. I don't want it to be an endless Reddit argument. Please debate someone with social skills and a clue like Hannah Ferguson. Women have reasons to be what, Hannah Ferguson? What, the cheek media chick? Thought Morrison, come on. Come on. You think that? Dude. From the few TikToks and Instagrams that I've seen of her, you know, having an idea and having a clue is not the thing that I would think of for her. Her movement and suggestion to the Liberals, for instance, was just like, just be the teal. What? I could go more into that, but I won't.
With Humphreys, the Accord could only be constructed because of the centrality and strength of the Australian trade unions in so...
Hang on, let's just read this quote.
At worst, outright fueled it. As put by Elizabeth...
See, this is the other thing that you have to do with this. Every single sentence that this guy says, you have to respond in paragraphs because of how wrong and simplistic it is. It's just like, here's some fact. You're going to explain anything underpinning that fact at all? Like, I get it if you're on TikTok or something like this, but this guy he doesn't care. He finds the fact that suits him and then he moves on. He doesn't really care about like how the world is built at all. He doesn't give a fuck.
Elizabeth Humphreys, the Accord...
Oh, is this the chick from the Australia Institute? Let me see. Because somebody said before that he's quoting people from the Australia Institute. Yeah, there we go. Elizabeth Humphreys, Australia Institute. Bam. I'm assuming that this is the same one because she's doing social and political sciences at University of Technology, Sydney. See, they're the same human being every time. They endlessly shit on the labour movement non-stop. These same trotty people. And it is because usually they are from like that upper middle class area, right? So they find people getting practical solutions in the real world abhorrent because they've never actually had to get any practical solutions in the real world because their life has been fine. And so they always just move to these assholes like the Australia Institute that just write out these dumb shit. First off, they're like stupid and dishonest like he is, but at least they're smarter than he is. And that's why he's quoting them. But the Australia Institute, go watch my video on that. That is an outfit that was just created by the Australian Democrats. The Australian Democrats is just an offset of the Liberal Party. It's exactly like the Teals now. They do not talk about where their funding of $10 million a year has come from. This is the type of person that they're attracting, and they find any fucking opportunity they can to shit on Labor in the unions, and it is because they're Democrats. They are that crossbench. The crossbench is inevitably just a bunch of former fucking Liberals that just find it like gauche in their circles to be associated with Tony Abbott. I'm not like that. They're just cunts. I could go into the Australia Institute and why it's awful for ages, but like this video is already embarrassingly wrong. Will you sell flaccid pickles jars? Maybe. Should the AFP have a union? Nah, I think they do, don't they?
Could only be constructed because of the centrality and strength of the Australian trade unions in social and political life. But neoliberalism, bingo, we've got them all. Yay, we've got them all.
We're still waiting for gaslighting, aren't we? There we go. Just anyone that's an idiot. They're straight from the neoliberalism crowd, from the Australia Institute, and making like a dead shit point to begin with, which is just that the Accord could only be done because of the strength of the Australian trade unions. No shit. But neoliberalism, which is just catch-all for something bad, don't know, too dumb to say what it is, as implemented through the social contract. Hang on, let's say this.
Liberalism, as implemented through the social contract,
as implemented through the social contract. What the fuck are they saying there? Are they saying like all the concessions that they got? All of these governmental institutions that they got out, like your Medicares and your superannuations and all this shit? Is that what they're saying by that? I don't think he fucking knows. Like, these are all just, like, again, we're just into buzzword land. Neoliberalism, social contract. What the fuck specifically are you talking about?
Contributed to their hollowing out and the retreat of the social forces involved.
See? It's the same thing. It's just like, look at this graph that was already going down. It is going down because of the price and incomes accord. It's because of nothing else. Nothing else. There's no other contributing factors to it whatsoever. This is what I'm talking about. And look, the way that they get to it is just by saying neoliberalism, and then you go, oh, that's bad.
The Accord disorganized the working class and the labour movement.
I'm sorry. They won all of those concessions. They completely transformed the economy. They are now the finance sector. How the fuck did this disorganize the labour movement? What are you talking about? Just membership was going down. In any organised modern society, union membership is going to go down. It shouldn't. You should just be paying it because you're a nice person and it still gets you results. But it's going to go down because society is just nowhere near as fucking bad as it was pre the price and incomes accord. You dead shit. Hey, Geordie's just wanted to say, saw your show in Brisbane and it was hilarious. Thank you, Cambo. Thank you. That's very nice of you. Cheers. I won't badge you about pedantic aspects of nuclear industries, but if you react to Punters Politics, Vacuous Brain did superannuation video. Look, okay, again, after one of these things, because it just drains your psychic energy so much on how profoundly stupid people can be, I'm going to need months to recover. No, not months, but like, again, it's just, look, I would rather be doing a bunch of other things than this. This is what's so pernicious about people like this. They take you away from things that I want to be doing that are actually in public interest.
to the point where unions have manifestly been unable to reorganize.
See, that's one explanation, just a bunch of words like neoliberalism, not really explaining what it is. Or you could point out to the fact that, when you completely change industries and when you build up new industries, it's going to take a while to organize them, as in decades.
Now, look, it's a good book. I'd highly recommend.
Yeah, of course it's a good book. You know what I think is a good book? Fuck you. I'm going to recommend my own. See, there we go. It's just that, of course, it's Margaret Thatcher shaking the hands of Bob Hawke like world leaders shouldn't be doing. Oh my God. It's the same argument that he had before. Did you know that he talked to like the Americans? Here we go. No Power Greater by Liam Byrne. I'm telling you, it's like what I was saying in the Australia Institute. There's three basic brains in this country. There's the IPA, which is the Liberal Party corporate brain of all of the just worst cunts you could imagine, like tobacco companies and alcohol and coal and everything, right? That's one. Then you have the Australia Institute, which is just the most insufferable pieces of crap that have expendable income in the country and will not tell you what they are funded by, but they were set up by the cuck Murdoch faction of the Murdoch family, so that should give you a big insight into what they are. They're just teals. They're just liberals for girls. That's what it is. And then the final one is the ACTU. That's the other brain. That's the other one that brings these things forward. They were the ones that came up with the Price and Incomes Accord while they're sitting there and saying that this was profoundly anti-union and this sideline the unions, trying to make this big conspiracy theory about it, when the reality was that the unions were on board for it by and large. And anyway, the book No Power Greater, this is the real history of this country and how it was formed. This is unions, this is working people coming together and forming us into the great nation that we are, and also how the Labor Party was a big part of that, a huge part of that. Unions and the Labor Party. It is honestly just astonishing to me that people just endlessly try to paint these things like this. It is just so fucking bad. How could you paint Bob Hawke and Margaret Thatcher as the same? You know that worldwide, the Price and Incomes Accord is still regarded to this day by economists as a truly unique vessel. Not even New Zealand did something like this. This was conciliatory and extremely inclusive of the union movement. And they're saying that that is exactly the same as what Margaret Thatcher did to the unions, which was crush them into the ground. For shame. For shame. Elizabeth Humphreys already, you can judge a book by its cover. Utter crap. From the one fucking paragraph from it, read it in your own time if you want, prove me wrong. But it's just going to be the same dumb shit, Australia Institute conspiracy theory shit that they use to try and justify in their own minds that they, the part of this soft cuck capital, the real good guys, because they don't make decisions and they sit around playing stupid little games on the crossbench. Oh, they're so much more moral than Bob Hawke because he shook hands with Margaret Thatcher. I'm just these dumb, just listen Geordies. Oh, dude, I'm sure he is. Anyway.
Recommend it, but what does it have to do with Geordies? Friendly Geordies, in my opinion, is effectively doing the same thing. He is helping manufacture your consent to be governed by a party.
Fuck, that is so bad. See, again, he doesn't even know what the phrase manufacturing consent means. He's just proven it right there. He's just proven it. It's, oh my God. Sorry, we'll go on. But it's just, again, just ignorant comment after ignorant comment.
That increasingly capitulates to the ruling class's interests.
See, it's just the same stupid shit. You point out all of these things that the Labor Party has accomplished for the average Australian, and then he just uses dumb shit buzzwords and collective phrases like this, selecting stupid little sentences here and there that are just a mash of other buzzwords.
The way Geordies frames it gives the allure that he's sticking it to them, but think about what he's actually saying when he says stuff like this.
As I've got a video coming out, they will succeed at it too. As soon as the mining industry decides it's time to go for a Labor government, it always loses. That is an ironclad rule of politics every time. And it is so annoying that you now have another entire faction of these well-funded idiots at your Climate 200s and your Australian institutes painting this completely false dichotomy that Labor and Liberal are equally loved by the mining party, while they're overtly saying how much they detest the Labor Party.
What's the implication here? Because Geordies constantly talks about how bad it is that power in Australia is so concentrated at the top. Yet when push comes to shove, he has nothing. Literally nothing.
Yeah, if you take out the sentence in a specific point about one example, I have
Literally nothing. He's done it again. Oh my God. It says, do you have anything else? Do you have anything else of just clipping me in a live conversation like I am now and pretending that I'm saying something else? Do you have anything else? That's pathetic. That was woeful even for your standards. You're saying me, who has raised, I think, $1 million for environmental charities, more so at this point, has saved species with the help of fame, obviously, but, you know, like just diverting money into that, stopping tens of thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of animals from starving to death during the during the bushfires. The guy that, you know, I can't even talk about the Barilaro stuff. That's so red hot and legally challenging for me to discuss live even to this day. But I think that we can all agree that I might have contributed to that somewhat. The guy that, you know, like took on the gambling industry in New South Wales and forced them to their CEO to step down and shit like that. You're sitting there and saying that I'm the same as you filth, that has done fucking nothing. Absolutely nothing. Just denigrated my character for 20 minutes. You know, again, total self-report that I've got nothing to say. When I've been continually saying for 10 years now, join your union on this stream, join your union. That's something active that you can do. You can join your local branches. You can join an NGO. You can contribute. I've got an entire self-help channel, which is over and over again saying, you will never be fulfilled until you are contributing to society in some way. I have, like, as a result of that, the amount of people that have started like solar panel companies and like moved into being a climate researcher when they were working in the mining industry and things like that. Like, you're sitting there and pretending like all I do is sit there and say, oh, it's all hopeless, vote Labor for no reason. That's your interpretation of my 10 years. That's your interpretation. Holy shit, you suck. You're really, really, really shit. You're just such a turd. Like, I could keep going on, but I think you get the point. That is not my point. You can pretend it is, but and you really need to understand this because you've obviously spent so much time by yourself. Just because you think something in your head doesn't mean it's reality. What's better, SDA or RFFAWA? Don't know. Don't ask me about very specific finicky union politics. I have no idea. None. See, again, this is the difference between someone like me and him. Like, I will admit when I don't know something. Just makes you a profoundly better person. It really does. Like, if you're just able to sit there and acknowledge, I was wrong on this, like, I don't know that. And this is what's even worse about people like this. It's just, he's not going to do it. He's just going to pretend that he was right about everything.
Except roll over and do what you're told.
It always
Yeah, that's my point. That's my point. Roll over and do what you're told. Thank you. Well done. What a great summary of my work.
loses.
No one's really pointed this out, but Geordie's amazing strategy is support a party that'll either be too scared to do anything big because the powers that be, or if they do anything looking big, they'll get turfed out of government.
No, you stupid cunt. The reason that nobody points that out is because nobody's like, you know, as vacuous as you are. That's why. It's because like people are able to comprehend things that aren't exactly what is in their dumb paradigm that they force themselves into. Look, let's just go through your point sentence by sentence here.
This out, but Geordie's amazing.
Never pointed it out before.
Strategy is support a party that'll either be too scared to do anything big because the powers that be,
that'll either be too scared to do anything big. Again, this is the man that denigrated Medicare, that tried to pretend like this wasn't a big W and tried to give it to someone else, right? This is the man that just doesn't talk about any of the other accomplishments in the Price and Incomes Accord, which were massive. He doesn't talk about any of the economic ramifications, which were undeniably brilliant for Australia. Undeniably. Really transformed us into a modern economy today. We are all far better for being Keating and Hawke's children, right? That is just undeniable. Like, if you are being remotely fucking honest, which this guy is clearly incapable of being, that was huge, transformative stuff. Massive.
as in the quality of your life is vastly different to somebody who was alive in the 70s. Vastly different, vastly better in every regard. You have no idea how much opportunity you have as a result of them. None. Like, they made it so that it's virtually impossible for you to fail. It's really hard to fall through the cracks of the social safety net in this country. In comparison to even developed nations, it's really difficult to do that. Even with liberal interference and all that kind of stuff. It still happens, but it's hard. You know, the other thing is as well that, like, your a capacity for education and wealth building and accumulation of wealth, your capacity to get access to a doctor, your capacity to access to better education. This is all labor accomplishments, massive. Like, let's just go through some of them. Universal education, labor accomplishment. No, they're too scared to do anything big. Universal healthcare, labor accomplishment. Oh, they're too scared to do anything big. All right, let's just go to this one. This current government and what it has accomplished. Universal childcare, that is the next pillar. That's up there with the NDIS, that is up there with Medicare. This is a huge, huge program, going to be massively beneficial, is going to improve the lives of every single Australian ever on, because we all know from all of the research, early onset education, like the really, really early education, your 0 to 3 mark, that's the most important point. Sorry, like, I don't know, probably, I don't know the exact points, but, like, you know, that kind of, like, I'm 5 and I'm not at kindergarten yet. We're learning more and more that's when your brain is absorbing most of the information. And if you have people getting educated at that age, at their daycare centres, that they'd otherwise just be sitting at home while their mum's working at Coles or whatever, watching fucking television, like, that is going to improve the intelligence of the next generation rapidly. It's also going to improve the economy massively, because it's going to increase the productivity of it, because you can go back to work quicker. This is a big deal. That's one thing. Too afraid to do anything big. What were some other massive ones that they did? Closing the loopholes. This is like this guy's wet dream. He just doesn't even understand it, because he probably doesn't even know what the closing the loopholes bill is, judging from how he's just talking about the right to disconnect. He didn't even know what the fuck the right to disconnect was, and tried to be smug about it and was blatantly wrong about it. But, like, closing the loopholes is the wealth transfer of hundreds of billions of dollars away from corporations and to the Labor Party. To Labor, to workers. Doesn't even have to be part of a union. That was huge. That was a massive fight. Those are historic changes. Historic. It is massive. It's hundreds of billions of dollars. We're also talking about the party that took on every corporation in the world and the EU and the Trump administration by cracking down on corporate tax evasion. That was something that, like, globally, with country by country reporting, that was something that every other country, like the EU and the Trump administration were both saying, don't you dare do this. And they did it anyway. They stood in the face of every major corporation and they did it. They did it so that you have that grand global version of their corporate their tax transparency report that is going to be globally. That is going to be of access to everyone on planet fucking Earth now. You know? This is going to stop Panama Papers shit from happening in the future. But they're just, like, not doing anything big, hey? This is the ones that were started, like, as soon as they got into power, started leading the charge against the Trump administration again to try and push for a treaty on a plastic-free ocean. That is fucking huge. Like, really, you could be pushing for anything more environmentally conscious than that. That is a massive environmental goal that they are pushing towards. Huge, and it undermines all of their other it doesn't even mention in the fact that now we have more water protected than any other nation on Earth because of them. They are trying to move us to about a third of this country being protected environmentally under some sort of land protection. Huge accomplishments in every field that you could go through any policy platform that they've done through. Stopping Medicare from being privatized. Oh yeah, that's not that big. That's not that big of a deal. Like, it just shows profound ignorance on what big actually is. It's so dumb when they always do this point of, like, they haven't done anything big. And then you point out all this shit and then they just say, like, oh, actually my pet little policy thing, that's big. And what is the usual pet little policy thing? Something just absolutely impossible. Like, I don't know, like, because you didn't seize the means of production, the Albanese government's disappointing or something like that. Or it's something like just regurgitating Green's dogma of, like, you didn't get dental care into Medicare, and that's why they're not big. when you've got all these other massive accomplishments. Like, I'm sorry, but reversing the privatization of Medicare is far more complicated and far bigger and far more important than fucking dental care, which again, they cannot name how they're going to do it. This is the other thing that they always do when they say like these big things aren't big. It's like, all right, name the path forward. Can't ever name it. So even when it comes to this, when I'm explaining that the minerals lobby is unimaginably powerful in this country, he just sits there and goes like, so like what you're saying is don't do anything big ever and nothing big ever happens. It just like takes it out to this nth degree where everything else sucks because you're like, because you're not fighting the Minerals Council. That's why. Future Made in Australia, another massive thing that they never get any credit for. Because they're not specifically fighting the Minerals Council, and they did all kinds of reforms against them that they fucking hated. Because they're not doing it to your personal standards, which will inevitably move like they do with all this shit. They will move them away. They'll make them bigger and grandioser. No matter what they meet, they'll say that isn't good enough, and then they'll move to something else. He's taking the thousands of hours and many years of difficult and dangerous research you do by your team and attempting to nullify it after watching, a couple of your videos, taking the piss much. Yeah, it's pathetic. It really is. Search, thank you for the $10, by the way. Search ACTU, join your union. Make sure that the union is ACTU affiliated. Yep, avoid scab unions. Hell yeah, Daniel Richardson. You're absolutely right. Thank you for your $10. Solidarity, brother. But yeah, absolutely. I couldn't say anything else that I think is more true. You know, I think at the end of the day, anything that didn't sprout out of the union movement is a scam. That's about it. As someone about to have a kid and universal childcare will be a lifesaver, I can't stand those dorks who will piss on that. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you for the $5 as well.
Or if they do anything looking big, they'll get turfed out of government. The framing here, in my opinion, is intentional, because the only solution given by Geordies is to fall in line. For all the rhetoric about ruling...
See? It's just this whole thing of like, this guy, so brave, such a brave man, doesn't even show his face on camera. Again, wimp, coward, won't even do that. Does like very dishonest hit pieces behind the safety of his anonymity. This guy is way braver and took the fight way more to corporations than Anthony Albanese getting the closing the loopholes bill through.
Classes and manufacturing consent, it all comes down to supporting a party that'll at best...
He's done it again. Third time in a row. While he's saying they don't do anything big, he's talking and they don't really work for the workers. There we go. PM defends IR policy for big business. 3 for 3. You dumb shit.
Nothing to challenge who holds the power in this country. Now, I think I should emphasize that this doesn't mean that Labour can't win sometimes, that it hasn't done commendable things while in office.
Yep. Is he going to mention any of them? Let's find out together. It's always just these shitty disqualifiers that they have of like, I said that they've done big things. I'm not going to mention it. I'm not going to give them any credit at all for it. I'm basically just using it as a pathetic little defense mechanism against criticism. I think that I'm protected from it because I just said, now, I'm not saying, like, to be fair, I'm going to say this one sentence with no specifics in it while I've just been unfair the entire video.
But it means that, at best, Labour is delaying the inevitable, keeping those who...
Delaying the inevitable. Let's find out what the inevitable is. Come on,
run
let's
society
give it to us.
in
Give
their
it to
cushy
us.
Positions who, according to Geordies, just love the Liberals, won't get inevitable. Keeping those who run in society in their cushy positions who, according to Geordies, just love the Liberals, won't get to the root of the problem. Class.
There we go. He's done it. He's figured it all out, everybody. He's so much better than the entire Labour movement, guys. Everyone. Hawke, Whittam, every single one of those backbenchers, all of the frontbenchers tirelessly working away, getting these global treaties signed. It's also the Labour Party that stopped Antarctica from getting drilled. Oh, he's so much better than all of them. Why? Because he understands the word class. And he's, let's see, does he actually mention anything about how to solve the class issue? Does he actually mention it? Let's find out what his grand plan is. Okay, again, all of the things in your life, all of these government programs, the reason that you live in one of the greatest countries on earth, inarguably, because of the Labour Party. That is just a fact. That's all just swept aside of like, sometimes they get some wins here and there. Sometimes they make us one of the most advanced, developed nations on earth. Sometimes. But I know the word class, so I'm better. Hang on, let's just find out if he's got any actual, like, why he is better than that massive list of things that I've just given out, which is by no means extensive. No means extensive. Doesn't bring anything into the state programs, doesn't bring out anything I think anything that I mentioned, even pre the 80s of Labor Party accomplishments. Nothing. And I'm not even going through all of their accomplishments in that. Let's see if he's got something that proves that he's better than that. I spoke to Albo for 10 minutes in 2022 to telling him he needed to win for childcare reform. He's since stated that is his proudest achievement. Labor does listen. Good on you, Chris. Good on you. Chris, that is awesome. Like, I'm so happy that you were part of that implemented universal childcare, because you're absolutely right. You should be proud of it. Albo should be proud of it. It is his Medicare. If it gives the time, which it looks like it will, if it has the time to just cycle through society, this is the whole thing that this piece of shit is not even mentioning here when he says that, Labor sometimes gets it, but it just delays the inevitable. Does it? Does it? Because Australia is a fundamentally different, fairer country than it was 100 years ago. And it is because of these things being implemented. And once they're implemented, they can't be withdrawn. It's kind of the same thing as, like, Labor can't do anything about housing. I mean, like, you know, they have to take the Plan B option, which is sort of what the Liberal Party... Like, the Liberal Party would love nothing more than to go in and gut Medicare. Just entirely. Get rid of it. They would love to do that. Trust me, they would love to do that. But they know that they would be absolutely slaughtered in the election if they did it. And as we noticed when it comes to Labor Party and housing, right? They would be slaughtered, as it's been repeatedly shown, if they do that. So they have to do the sneaky Liberal thing on the side of housing and just slowly go through the B-side role of it, right? Anyway, the point is, while I'm talking about all of this, once certain things are implemented into society, it is damn near impossible to get rid of them. Those bulwarks that we're talking about, NDIS, damn near impossible to get rid of. TAFE, damn near impossible to get rid of. All Labor Party accomplishments, universal education. Could you imagine anyone coming to an election saying, we're going to make it so that you can only go to school if you can afford it? These have fundamentally changed society. And every time the Labor Party gets in, they just retop them and they make them work properly again. Even if they're in for 3 or 4 years, 3 to 6 years, they can at least do that. They can get the departments functioning again, so it takes another decade to slowly get rid of them. Slowly, not get rid of them, but, you know, make them ineffective. That's changed it. And you're just sitting there saying it's delaying the inevitable. People like you delay the inevitable. That's what you do. Shitheads like you that sit there and shit on the Labor movement endlessly because you feel intellectually superior, when it's just been very, very painfully proven in this, you just aren't. Like, you just aren't. You're stupid. Wish you had someone like Albo leading our Labor Party here over in the UK. I don't know, but look, honestly, I think the thing is, when it comes to the UK, and I don't know enough about your politics, but I would just imagine that the Tories really fucked you over the last, 15 years. Our Tories were nowhere near as bad as your Tories. I think the climate change thing they were better on. But in terms of just destroying the country, they were remarkable at that. I think you're going to have to give them a bit more than a couple of years to cook, you know? To make that assumption. Stop is already dead, but don't stop. Okay, will do. Geordie's shows are wild. Best memory is when you introduce yourself to me by saying a word, by not saying a word and pinching my boob at Mermaid Waters, Gold Coast. Live ticket shows, Tayden. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that boy. Yeah, there you go. Nice. What was I talking about again?
And as long as we have a ruling class up there, there will always be a fundamental and glaring flaw in friendly Geordies. Just like Bob Hawke, Geordies offer some concessions, some potential wins, if only you submit to the people, the ruling class, who have caused us all so many problems to begin with.
Holy shit, what a cringe sentence. I mean, we've already gone through everything that he just said, but that is incredible. I'm a better person than the entire Labor movement because I know that class exists, and until class doesn't exist, I'm still better than these people that won these quote-unquote small concessions, which is, we just went through the list. They are by no means small. The only reason you would ever think these are small, again, is because you're from a middle to upper middle class income household, which you probably is only there because of the Labor Party. Otherwise, you'd still be cleaning fucking chimneys and dying at 12, right? Like, but they're small wins. The fact that he isn't cleaning chimneys and knows how to read, these are small wins to this asshole. And on top of that, this is the other thing that's just so pathetic about that. Like, he doesn't know what it's like to struggle, clearly. I do. I understand why Medicare is important. I understand why the disability pension is important. I understand why unemployment benefits are important. You know why? Because I grew up in shit. I grew up poor. I understand what it's like when you have these government programs in place. Fuck knows. I'd absolutely be dead without them. Absolutely be dead. And they're all Labor Party accomplishments. All of them. These are small in this arsehole's small mind. I do security. I'm proper fucked. Lol, love your work anyways. What? Why are you fucked for working in security? I find guys like this bloke you're responding to have a tendency to base their entire worldview on an extremely theoretical mishmash of perfect systems without considering how to actually get there. He's proven it. He's proven it right now. Here's his solution. Class exists, and anyone that does anything before class doesn't exist anymore. Which, like, how do you even stop that from existing? But it exists, so everything is dumb and bad and, like, just small concessions. And just, like, the cringiest sentence ever, just like, oh, yeah, me and Bob Hawke, this guy that's dead, we're behind this thing of just, like, trying to keep you under the guise of the system, while I'm just pointing out over and over and over and over and over and over again how fucking better your life is. And he can't acknowledge any of it. He can't. He can't, because his worldview would just immediately collapse if he acknowledged it. Your activism has inspired myself to become active in politics. I've become a delegate, lowest rung I know. No, that's great. That's awesome. I'm so happy for that. For my local MP to help out how I can, thank you. Christopher, good boy. Absolutely good boy. See, you're way better than he is. And again, I'm pointing to myself as well when I'm addressing that. That is way better than just bitching on YouTube. Good for you. I personally lost over 12k on the SDA negotiated EBA versus the award. They harassed me into joining at 15 and then surreptitiously cancelled my membership. Other ACTU programs have publicly denounced them. Other ACTU unions have publicly denounced them. Look, that could be true. That could be true. Look, I'll take your word for it that actually did happen, because, like, I'm sure I'm sure that these kinds of things happen. Look, I've heard a lot of people say bad things about the SDA, but again, I am not going to denounce a union unless I've, like, read extensively about it and the who and the why. And the reason that I'm not going to be doing that, by the way, is because of the AWU, not the AUW. They're fucking awful. But the AWU got a lot of shit. Turns out very justifiable reasons for the reason that they're getting shit. But then again, you also have ones like the HSU, for instance, where it's just like, yeah, they're fucked, you know? So who knows? This bloke is acting as if he isn't closer to the ruling class than Geordie's is. Look, again, I don't know, because, like, who the fuck knows who this psycho is? But he just has those views. He just has them. It's, like, really, really rare for somebody poor to have these views. It's very fucking middle classy, upper middle class even. As a member of Young Labour faction and the legal industry workers, sorry, Geordies. No, that's sick. What are you talking about? I know that I'm still definitely ideologically driven, but hate the idea of stalling progress just to get ideology points. Exactly. It's so true. This is exactly the whole thing. It's just like, guys, sorry, living in an organized society that is civil, where you are not killing each other, which is the same thing. Like, you can just see it over. He just likes the idea of conflict and violence. Like, the one thing that he points out is just like, the reason that the price of your cob's quarters sucked is because you got rid of striking. And it's like, what is striking prone to? It's just prone to fucking, like, bashings and all that kind of shit. And just, like, all of this, you know, like, early turn of the 20th century bullshit that we've evolved past as a society. It's the same thing as just, like, wanting civil wars to happen as the way that you solve your political problems. You know? Like, in a modern society, you just negotiate and you get things and you go along and you know, you just move things here and there. Okay, yep, all right, well, we're all happy with this. Let's move that part ahead. That's how you do it in, like, a civil society. Sorry, it's more boring than violent revolutions. Just, what a loser. Like, the reason he wants a violent revolution is because he it's just like he wants to just see the guillotine happen. He's just so he can be like, oh, I'm glad I'm not them. I commented on ADU's TikTok acknowledging misinformation about the Greens amendment for the right to disconnect. Comment got deleted. There you go. There you go. Another coward move. Anything that agrees with him. Wow, it was so good, ADU. Our research is so good. Probably puts a love heart next to it. Anything that's just like, you're clearly wrong on this point. Oh, quick, we better get rid of that. It's just like, if I don't think that it's reality, then it's not reality. Sorry, dude. Deal with it.
And if you step out of line, if you have questions that aren't sanctioned, you'll be dealt with. Which is why I said Friendly Geordies is a flak machine.
Oh yeah, that's
Monday
me.
CRM has the best AI features in the game.
Especially in sales.
Hands
Lies!
down.
So for
Absolute
me,
lies!
email composition works like magic. You know me, I'm not a great...
Flak refers to negative responses to a media statement or a program. It may take the form of letters, telegrams, phone calls, petitions, lawsuits, speeches and bills before Congress, and other modes of complaint, threat, and punitive action. It may be organized centrally or locally, or it may consist of the entirely independent actions of individuals.
This is incredible. This is so good. It's just like, I'm allowed to criticize people. No one else is. If they do, they're being mean and bullying and they're trying to silence me. He's got the same dumb shit views as Shane Dowling. That's seriously what these cunts think. When they criticize someone, they're holding them to account, even though he has to be so dishonest. Like as we've just gone through, he just lie after lie after lie after dumb context, after doesn't understand it. But that's all fine. You know, that's criticism. That's analysis. That's holding them to account. But as soon as I'm critical, I'm a flak machine. Fuck you. I grew up in a mansion on the electorate of Goldstein, but I'm autistic, so I'm a Labor member. It's so true. The thing that equalizes it. No, I've got to have the right answer. Totally, dude. Hell yeah.
Of course, not everyone who cops it from Geordies is undeserving, but in his video about housing and the Greens...
Oh my God, see, just always the same. It's just, like, he's just admitted it right there. He's admitted it right there. When he criticizes someone that I don't like already and was predisposed not to like because he's part of the label and brand that I specifically don't like, that's criticism, you know? But when I criticize, when I criticize the Greens, which is the green color that I've been conditioned to like, that's flak. That's bad. And also just not acknowledging, like, dude, I risked my life in the John Barilaro saga. Everyone that worked here risked their life. And he's just sitting there and being like, that was cool. That was some good content. But then he criticized someone I don't like, so it sucks now. Using the exact same methods, which is reading. You know? It was exactly the same. It's just you personally like this, and so it sucks. And let's go through it. He's going to use the same shitty swollen pickles arguments that they all use for their conspiracy theories for why the halves suck, because they can't ever, I'm telling you, they can never, ever acknowledge that anything that the Labor Party does is good. This is why he can't even say it. It's like Voldemort to him. He can't even acknowledge Medicare, for instance, for Christ's sakes. He can't do it because as soon as they do it, they have to, it starts... That mental fortress that they've created in their head, it starts crumbling. It starts crumbling. And so when it came to the HAF, for instance, and it just proved that they were profoundly fucking wrong on it. They didn't even understand what it was. They just kept digging themselves into a hole. But let's see. He's going to say the same fucking thing Swollen Pickles did. Let me just read this. You made my 50-year-old mum completely turn on the Greens. Thank you for everything you do. You have a huge impact. Looking forward to the future of the country. You really should be proud, mate. You should be proud as well. You were the one that convinced your mum not to do it. And this is what I will say as a proviso. Every time that I'm talking about Greens voters, I'm talking about their hardcore zealot supporter base, right? I am not talking about people like your mum, for instance, who just think, oh, I've read like a couple of pamphlets. These people seem nice. Yeah, like false advertising. You get it? So thank you for putting in the effort. You inspired me to stand up and join the ALP last year before the Queensland election. I'm sorry that I failed to turn Ryan red. I'll eat more ballots next time. Rudolph, look, you were on an uphill battle here because that was either going to go Liberal or Greens, right? And of course, ironically, that's the only time that the Greens ever win when they're versing Liberal. Has anyone actually been far even decided to unionise
even want to go to Medicare look more like Labor. Has anyone actually been far even as decided to unionize? Even want to go to Medicare look more? Dude, sorry, Chris, have another shot. I'll try and read it out again because you did give me money. You don't have to give me money again for that. Hereford head with a look on the face like a motherless calf. They need to be told, bro. Keep it going. I'm sorry, I'm a Hereford. I'm such an idiot. I don't know anything about the bush at all, despite living there. Spending $5 more to say if trendy Greens cared, they'd support a Workers' Party instead of talking down to them. Yep. Anyway, sorry, let's go on.
Geordies dishes out a lot of shit for a policy that not only organisations like the Property Council are fully supporting, but for a policy that continually depends on private investors to build social housing. Now,
is he going to do it? Is he going to mention or acknowledge the, I think, dozen or 2 dozen other housing associate bodies that are governmental and non-governmental that thought that the HAF was very fucking vital and needed to be done? We've done all of this before in the Swollen Pickles responses. You can go look them all up. Again, he never responded, and his stupid audience just sit there and say, oh, Geordie's never responded because I never saw it in Swollen Pickles feed. But I did. He didn't. Right? And the reason he didn't is because he's made these same shitty arguments before with this same very, very misleading, very poor. Like, you really should be ashamed of yourself. You should know, and you do know. I'm not disregarding this as just you being an idiot. I mean, you are an idiot. You absolutely are. But you also doing this, that is low shit. Like, you are disregarding all of the housing bodies. I think it was like fucking all of them, right? Like, if there was any housing bodies that didn't think that the HAF was necessary and vital and needed to be passed, it was infinitesimal. Like, all of the big bodies. In fact, I can find where they are, some of them now, I think, if I look at my old notes. Let me just look for that. And there we go. These are just some of them. Evolve Housing Group. You're going to mention that any of these supported the HAF? They're going to mention that Evolve Housing Group, Junction Australia, IFM Investors and Industry Super Funds, Bridge Housing, Community Housing Industry Association, Housing Australia, Shelter WA, CEPAS, Host Plus, Rest Supercare. You just going to mention that just the Property Council thought it was good? Are you serious? Are you serious? Is that all you're going to pretend it is? Just the Property Council?
Now, while Geordies may say that
that's just all I do. Every day I don't have a life. I sit there and read and I talk to experts.
The HAF isn't a policy that reflects the literature. To quote...
See, he's done it. He's done it. Holy shit, he's done it. He's done no reading. He sits there, says, again, like, he really, really doesn't like the idea of not being the smartest person, which is another reason why you can tell that he's got no fucking friends, ever. It's just like, who'd have guessed some people might know more things than you? Who here is gooning to Geordies? Hell yeah. I just did it like 5 times. Nice, nice. Keep gooning away. Thank you. I am your pornography for this evening. Let me just see this. Like, I've already gone through this argument before so many times. You're just lying. You're deliberately lying. You're pretending that it's the Property Council only that likes this. Like, that is, you are being so deliberately misdirective in that. And it's all these other organisations that supported it. And then you sit there and say, it doesn't actually support the literature. How many of these submissions have you read? How many of these articles have you read that just came out at the time? You don't even have to read submissions. You can read all the articles that over and over again. We showed them. We've shown them multiple times. You can go Google them yourself if you Google more than one thing, which is you've self-admitted is the only thing that you're capable of. The first thing that comes up on Google. That's about the extent of this man's research while he sits there and pretends like, oh, Friendly Geordies doesn't read. And he's just like, he's just proven that he doesn't fucking read. Because all of these organisations were coming out begging the Senate to pass this. Begging them. They were saying this is absolutely fucking vital. Again, like, he's going to say this. It's just, oh my God, I feel like I'm in Groundhog Day. He's going to have the exact same responses to that Swollen Pickles had that I'm just going to respond to. Like, dude,
You're not on this level. Like, you really aren't. I know you think that you're a genius, but please understand me when I say this. You're fucking bad. Like, you're really bad. You're the worst combination of person there is out there. You're somebody who will defensively and aggressively try and, like, this is a perfect example of this. What you are doing here is trying to eliminate any information that counters your claim. You don't have a counter to that claim. You are just pretending it doesn't fucking exist. CFA volume, very busy suburban brigade. We're pretty shitty position at the moment. I hope rural brigades understand us suburban guys are just behind them. I support Labor. This just sucks. Don't really know about it. I will have to look into that at some time. I work for STA. RFW allegations are false. There's zero nuance renegotiations in aftermath of work choices, Libertax on pension rates and FWC sackings. There's no pro-boss STA conspiracy. We try. Look, see, again, like I don't know enough to go into these points, you know? Like, I've heard a bunch of people talk about SDA being shit, but again, like this guy said here, there's other people that just say that they're doing what they can. They're a union, you know? I don't know. But you could be right. You really could be right. Anyway, we'll continue on.
Probably the most cited and comprehensive paper on the subject, Lawson et al. 2018.
Yeah, because that's the one that he's read. That's why it's the most comprehensive and well-cited. All right, anyway, go on.
A range of investment pathways have been pursued in recent years, including contracting out services, off-balance sheet debt via community housing organizations, reinvestment via densification, asset sales, and internal cross-subsidization. These strategies have extracted value from the public housing estate and have not generated sufficient social housing units to address Australia's growing need. Specifically, Lawson et al. Found that direct capital grant funding towards building public housing is the best way to make housing more affordable. The government didn't need to legislate the HAF. The mechanisms are already right there. The most effective way to fund and build housing in this country is through the NHFIC.
Yeah, because he's reading an old one. He doesn't know that the NHFIC has been repackaged into Housing Australia. And on top of that, yeah, holy shit, you're dumb. You're doing the exact opposite argument that the Greens were saying of just being like, we need to know like a housing body, and it's just like the housing body exists. And this guy's sitting there saying like, the HAF didn't need to be done because the Housing Australia exists. But then you go and read what Housing Australia was saying about the HAF, and they were all for it. They were all for it. So what the fuck are you talking about? You're sitting there and saying that they don't want something that they want. And on top of this whole stupid point of just like, like just investing in housing actually like builds more housing. Actually, it's like, yeah, dude, we get it. We get your stupid point that doesn't talk about the point of just like tying in different capital so that you're creating an industry in the long-term future. Yes, directly building them right now because you stupid marshmallow kids that failed the marshmallow experiment. You didn't wait for your 2 marshmallows. You got your 1 marshmallow. Yes, direct spending is better in the short term. We get it. We know it doesn't solve the long-term issue, which is that the Labor Party is not in government all the time, and every time they're in, it gets cut. And you just solve that by not understanding how the fund works that you've already proven in this. You've already proven in this video that you do not understand how the fund works. What are your thoughts on Mark Butler and his resemblance to the Zodiac Killer? What? Let's see what else we've got. I loved unions. I worked payroll, and the number of companies that try to rip off employees is insane. Isn't it just? Isn't it just? Sorry, we'll continue on. As a migrant, I appreciate ADU in other work did push back against the race baiters like Ozpil. That being said, using a poor vision of equity to stop the efforts to get improved equal outcomes for incrementality is shit. For all incrementality is shit. Thank you for your $20, Bob. I don't really know what you're referring to. This is all too like deep internet-y lore. Righto, Jono. I'm off to Naughty Land. Watch those blood pressure levels. Thank you, sir. I will continue on. All right.
Who wrote this paper and the many more others that reaffirm it are the actual experts. Yet,
okay, all right. They're the actual experts, are they? Okay, this is your words. Let's just go back to it again.
Again, the people who wrote this paper and the many more others that reaffirm it are the actual experts. Yet Geordies will...
There we go. All right, hang on. Let's just see what he says after that. But he said that Ahuri is the experts, right? They're the experts.
Frame standing with the Property Council as
visionary.
Uses the same one as Swollen Pickles does. It'd be saying visionary. All right, let's try and fucking find it right now. He won't admit this, as always. Yeah, this is the one right here. It says exactly what I needed to say. There we go. Ahuri are the experts. That's his fucking words. Again, because this is the first thing that he Googled anyway, but you know, I'm not knocking Ahuri at all, but that's his argument.
The way to fund and build housing in this country is through the NHFIC. Again, the people who wrote this paper and the many more others that reaffirm...
He doesn't know that it's... He doesn't know. He doesn't even know what the NHFIC is. He doesn't know the history of it. He's reading a fucking paper from 2018.
...are the actual experts. Yet Geordies will frame standing with the Property Council as...
visionary.
Yep, let's see what Ahuri said about the Housing Australia Future Fund. Ahuri recognises the time-critical nature of the housing legislative package and is broadly supportive of each of the bills. Then there's the usual thing that they say every time that any expert ever says. We've gone through this a billion times. What the rest of them will do is they will focus on, while some areas, as noted above, are not addressed in detail of the draft legislation, some of these details are not legislative matters but more operation. Whether amendments to the bills address these concerns are addressed subsequently through other processes, Ahuri is available and capable of assisting the Commonwealth in ensuring. So they're saying that there's things operationally that need to change in it according to their view, right? And they're saying that some of them are legislative and some of them are operational. The point is, this is what they said about it. Look, Ahuri recognises the time-critical nature of the housing legislative package and is broadly supportive of each of these bills. Broadly supportive of each of these bills. The guys that they said were the experts. And then said that I am only standing by with the Property Council in supporting the HAF. Holy fuck, you are fucked. Are you going to acknowledge this? My answer, no. I reckon that's what I'm guessing. That's what I'm guessing. I'm guessing that this guy is not going to address that he just absolutely royally fucked himself just then. Massively fucked himself. The guys that he propped up as the experts that we should be listening to were the ones that supported the HAF. They supported it. And then he pretends that it's just the Property Council that supports it. Put aside all the other housing bodies, by the way. Put aside all of them that supported it as well. His own definition of what the own example that he gave of who the experts are. They're the ones that supported it. And he's not going to acknowledge it either. He's not going to do it. Let's see if I got anything else. Yeah, I think that's it. All right, sorry, we'll go on.
It should go without saying that ceding this much ground to private investors, private developers,
See, he's done it again. Like that video. All right, at least he's done. So we know that he's capable of watching something that is actually meticulously thought out. And what does he do? He just highlights. He doesn't even basically point out any of my arguments in it, I think. I think so far he's just been like, the Property Council supports it. That's it. That's the only thing. And then just takes away all of the other bodies that support it, including the one that he said is the experts. Now, on top of that, he's so ignorant of this. He thinks that, okay, because the Property Council supports it, because everything is just a global corporate conspiracy, right? Everything's a corporate conspiracy. It can't be any... That's why he puts out all the other stakeholders in it unless they are linked to property developers. Because everything's about corporate money, nothing else. No one ever wants to do anything else except make money. That's it, in his stupid, dumb, very myopic worldview. So that's why he cancels out everybody else, including the people that he says are the experts. He'll cancel out them just so he can make this point. He'll make the point that...
Saying that ceding this much ground to private investors, private developers, is what the Property Council wants and should be...
There we go. So he's not mentioning in that this is also available to super funds. This is also available to those non-government organizations. It is also available to government organizations. It's just whoever has a good, sound, economic way of delivering houses, there are grants available for you. That's it. That is it. And he takes out all of those and says that it's just for property developers. See what a dickhead he is? Oh, fun fact, apparently Barclay McGain has become the pseudo-whip of the LNP in the lead-up of the upcoming convention. Oh, sick. Hell yeah, that is a fun fact. Lol. Wrecking him, bro. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the $10 too. Hey, Geordies probably don't remember me, but I was the one that you called a perv outside the sexy land in Geelong last year at one of your shows. Had a real good laugh. Thanks for the picture. The laughs at the good content. Take care. Just Fling, thank you for the $20 as well. And thank you for coming to one of my shows. You're a beautiful, beautiful man. I don't remember why I mentioned that you were in Sexy Land, but I'm sure that it is because you are beautiful, because why else would you be in front of Sexy Land? Because you look good in bikinis, am I right?
What Labor doesn't want and what Geordies doesn't want, but they want to cede ground to private investment. They don't want the government to build public housing. They don't...
See, you're so dumb because... Sorry, I know I just keep saying he's stupid, but he is. He's just really, really, really stupid. So again, he's just making the claim that the... okay, first off, the same thing that they all go into the premise of when it comes to the HAF. That the HAF is the only thing that the government is doing and that it's shit. Both factually, profoundly fucking wrong. And they don't understand how it's built. They don't understand what the HAF is. He's all proven it as well. He's proven that the people that he holds up as experts think that it's a good thing. All of that. Just off the table so that they can make this dumb, stupid little conspiracy theory about it, that it's just there for the Property Council or whatever. And then on top of that, he says that, governments don't build public housing, which is just a flagrant fucking lie. They do it on a state and federal level. They pump money into that. This is another mechanism in place because I'm sorry to inform you, but you're just wrong. You are wrong. You are unbelievably wrong. You are not correct in your assumption that budget money is the same as fund money. It is not. It has a different mechanism in place. So they're just coming up with different ways of approaching the problem. This was one of the ways. It is a very important bulwark and it is visionary. Fuck you. Cheers for the stream, George. Look forward to seeing you next show in Perth. Thank you, Percy. Well done.
Want it. They just want this rock of private investment, then, dispersing it to other private investors housing. They don't want it. They just want this rock of private investment, then...
See, he can't even quote me correctly. Like, dude, you really don't... Like, I wish that someone could just explain to you in your head, just show the world. Like, if someone could just show you how fucking embarrassing you look right now. That is not what I said. It's like, you are trying to quote me directly. You won't even show me saying it, but I am not saying that it is a rock of private investment. I'm saying that it is a rock of public money that is available, to private investment. It's also available to super funds. It's also available to not NGOs. It's also available to other government organizations. Holy fucking duck shit. Like, he can't even quote me correctly. Yeah, Isaac, holy shit, I've gone for an hour and you've only advanced 5 minutes. I'm sorry, but this is how wrong, profoundly bad this guy is. You know? Like, I'm sure that I'm going to get things wrong in this 4-hour stream where I'm talking off the top of my head. I'm absolutely certain of it. But I'm not trying to be deceitful. This guy is with every sentence. Just joined, don't know if you've talked about this. The UN Special Rapporteur has condemned Queensland adult time, adult crime. Also, will there be a video on this guy? Not Crisafulli, but also Crisafulli. The video, not Crisafulli, but also Crisafulli. No, I don't. It's like, again, like the only reason that I'm addressing this is so it's on record that this guy is doing a hatchet hit job and he's fucked, right? Like, I just want that on record. It's like, fuck you. You don't get the right final say on this. You do not get to defame someone to this level. That's it. I just want the record there. Like with Swollen Pickles. Their shitty little inbred audience can sit there and pretend that, like, you know, you got X and all that kind of stuff. It's just like, I just want it there to be on record to be like, no, these people are just deliberately deceitful for weird psychological hang-ups that they have in their head. I left to go for a drink with my mate about 2 hours ago and came back just now. Pleased to see Geordie still has the energy to keep up roasting his dude. Thank you, Juggles, and thank you for your 5,000 yen. Fuck yeah. Were you doing that in Japan, buddy? That's sick. Autistic question. Early 2000s Canterbury Bulldogs fan or property developer Liberal MP. Who do you feel safer standing next to? Oh, man, I don't know. Don't have me ask, especially since they're usually the same thing as well. Look, I'm going to... Oh, my God. Canterbury Bulldogs fan. No, I can't do it. I can't do it. No, actually, you know what? That would be the one, because you'd be like, oh, yeah, I love the dogs too. And they'd be like, really? You like the dogs?
You know, dispersing it to other private investors and private developers to build what should be a public good.
Wrong.
How can you claim to hate the pervasiveness and power lobby groups like the Property Council have if all you do are champion policies that embolden and strengthen them? Once again,
Jesus Christ. Look, we've already been through this again, but this guy doesn't even believe his own point. He's sitting there just being like, I'm trying to coagulate a sentence. And again, he's got infinite times to do this. Like, I'm going to fuck up sentences in this. I probably just fucked up a sentence a second ago. But I am doing this live. He is faltering on it. He is weak. You don't even believe your own shit. It's so obvious. Hope they listen. Kind of sick of Geordie's learning everyone. It's just, you know...
Again...
The reason these people are so easy to dismantle is because, like, they really don't want anything to happen. They just want to feel intellectually superior in their own minds. That's it. And this is the result of thinking like that. You just become insane. Like, this is all they ever try and do. They just try and refragment reality so that it fits their preconceived concept. That's it.
Jordan is not in the business of showing you how to challenge the elite, how to actually fight back.
Yeah, me. The guy that has been to court multiple times, had his house burnt down as a result of challenging the elite, as a result of challenging the power structure, actually did get it changed, actually has raised, like, you know, $1 million plus at this point. Gave $100,000 of my own money before I even had a fucking mortgage or a house or any assets for that matter to bushfire fund relief. I'm not in the business of challenging the elite. I risked my fucking life for this country. Nah, for this state, I'll say this. For this state, I risked my fucking life. Everybody that worked here risked it. But this asshole, this piece of shit right here, he's so much better. He's so much better. What do? You're just defaming that guy. That's all you're doing. Wow, you're so brave. You're so noble. You stand up to the elite, don't you? Just bringing down the guy that actually has the balls to stand up to the elite. And show my face on camera, you bitch. I was going to play Hello Kitty Island Adventure, but I decided to watch this instead. Love your work. Okay, sick. Thank you, Alyssa. That's awesome. Walt Lippmann's definition of the public is so true. All they can do is tear down, not provide any alternative. There we go. Let me fucking go.
I can keep going, complaining about how banks in Australia are too big to fail.
And they basically job keepered that 8% of GDP to the major banks, these ones that they said that they punish after the Banking Royal Commission. Their punishment was to give them unlimited money and to do whatever they want with it, what do you think banks want to do with it? They want to give it out to major corporations because they know major corporations will be able to pay it back.
But then all of a sudden champion the Labour Party privatising one of the biggest culprits, Combank.
Privatising the Commonwealth Bank was mad. In fact, it was the maddest thing that Paul Keating did.
Even if you grant that Combank was already acting like a private bank, that it's had issues before with the government, in what way was removing any jurisdiction the government had over Combank gonna solve that?
Okay. See, he's done it again. He has highlighted the inflammatory point that was deliberately inflammatory on a podcast, and just completely talked over the top and not understood the point that was being made. Just did not understand the point that was being made. Just play it, you fucking coward. Just play what I was saying in that clip. You won't show your audience. Holy fuck, you suck. Like, that is so low. And then you just go over the top and be like, oh, what he was saying is, it's really just like the Jordan Peterson meme when he was just going against that curly-haired woman. She was doing the, so what you're saying is, but Jordan Peterson was actually there to refute it. Like, this asshole is just, like, he's just showing his audience the top part of that. So he's saying that it's contradictory to say that, JobKeeper and the bailout that happened that was organised under the Liberals is the same as Paul Keating privatising the Commonwealth government. Will not show his audience the argument. Can't do it. Coward. Absolute wimp. Doesn't understand the point that I was making. Let's listen to what he was saying again. It's just so bad. So bad.
Will be able to pay it back.
But then all of a sudden champion the Labour Party privatising one of the biggest culprits, Combank.
Privatising the Commonwealth Bank was mad. In fact, it was the maddest thing that Paul Keating did.
Even if you grant that Combank was already acting like a private bank, that it's had issues before with the government, in what way was removing any jurisdiction the government had over Combank gonna solve that? Clearly it hasn't.
Okay, first off, the government still has jurisdiction over banks, dickhead. Just, again, it's just another one of these, like, stupid exaggerations of, like, oh, they banned striking, it doesn't exist anymore. They banned any jurisdiction over, they have no jurisdiction over them, none. There's all kinds of laws that they have to be compliant with. It's just a profound ignorance of how the system works. Like, while, again, he understands how the system works because he understands the word class. Can't really define it, but he understands this nebulous idea of class and therefore is better than everyone. So that's the first point. The second point is, but despite the fact that they don't have, they do have jurisdiction over them. Just why go there? Why just pretend that they don't? The second part is, now I can't even remember it. Hang on.
Paul Keating did.
In what way was removing any jurisdiction the government had over Combank gonna solve that?
Yeah, okay, so he's saying that the other point is that... Oh, I should have done it the other way. He's saying the other point is that privatising the Commonwealth Bank was going to solve it from acting like a private bank. Because my point is... See, again, because he's not showing the clip, so I have to explain the rest of it. The reason that Paul Keating privatised the Commonwealth Bank, in short, and again, this isn't fair because I was talking about this, 3-4 years ago on a podcast, ad lib, but I was reading this, the back and forth about it, and pretty much the argument that you get every time from these assholes that say, like, oh, he privatised the Commonwealth Bank, he's so evil, that's why he's neoliberal, because he privatised that in Qantas for some reason, right? Like, these two things, he privatised those things, therefore he's Margaret Thatcher, every time, right? The reason that the Commonwealth Bank was privatised, one, what they say is, oh, it was already profitable, so why would you get rid of it? And it was just like, look, it was not fulfilling its function in the economy. The entire point of banking has been since the Middle Ages, and before that, even under the Roman era, when they had like the rudimentary version of what we have in banks now, in the Medici phase, all of that shit, right? Like, yes, we get it. They're evil, but they're a necessary evil. Why is that? Because you're able to store money in them. That's a good thing, yeah? You're able, and it's secure in there. And they're able to just, like, put forward loans. And yes, loans are evil. We get it. I've done a whole fucking stand-up show about how evil loans are. They are evil things. But they also build societies. And the whole thing was that before... This is all part of the deregulation process that they're talking about that was so evil that the Keating government did, right? But before that, there was the big four banks in this country. They had zero competition. It was just like every other sector, but you had just this oligopoly of these four cunts sitting at the top that could be very lazy, didn't fucking act in the way that the entire intention of the Commonwealth Government Bank was, which was that it was supposed to do the things that these private institutions would not. Jack Lang has written an entire book about how evil the Commonwealth Bank is, specifically the government bank. He's saying it's way worse than the other ones. Why is that? Well, they made the Depression great. They made the Depression absolutely great. Like, they didn't do the things that a government bank you would imagine would do, which is just like alleviate loans and not demand that they be paid back, and also just like put out loans at cheap rates to just keep the economy going. They were doing none of that. None of that. That is the point of having a government bank in order, right? Like, to do these things. Then when it was coming to like the Paul Keating era, they were still doing exactly the same shit. Again, weren't putting out the loans. Again, the reason that we have like this very large small business and sole trader section in the economy now, where people have the freedom to start up their own little businesses and work for themselves, that was not available to the working class before. It just wasn't. Like, nowhere near on the same grand as you could provide some like shitty examples of them starting it up, but you know, if you were from the working class and you wanted to do this shit, virtually fucking impossible. So again, it was very hard for people to get up loans for businesses. It was very hard for people to get up loans for housing, and the Commonwealth Bank would not loan them out in the capacity that they should have been loaning them out at nowhere near that capacity. They would only loan out to big things like mines. They do that very easily. Things that they knew they were going to get their money back on with an absolute guarantee. Nothing remotely best than like the absolute best cherry-picked things that they could possibly find. They would only loan out to that. Do you understand why that is a big problem? Because it's just like, well, okay, first off, the reason that the big four are able to do that is because that they have nobody else there that's going to start eating away at their customers. That's going to give them better interest on their banking returns. The money that they have in there. That's not going to challenge them by getting out a home loan, so that they just like start moving customers over and say, if you sign up with us, you're going to have like a cheaper home loan. So he opened up banks from other areas of the world to come in. You can come in, you can set up banking here, and that forced them to be more competitive instead of going like, nah, you're not a mine, I'm not going to give you a home loan, right? Again, it's a different time with different problems that we have now. So obvious, Geordie's cares about genuinely helping the country move forward, and the people in it versus the overly sheltered man children chasing clout and want to feel correct. So embarrassing for this bozo. Thank you. That's exactly how I feel about it. Thank you for the $10. Yes, I do think that, my audience. Chris really is increasing the price of water for irrigation by up to 4,200% for a minimum license holder, making it ridiculously cheap for big corporations. Flat rate potentiality, minimum users exclude from the committee. Look, I will be doing, thank you for that. Thank you for the $10 as well. I will be doing a video on that sooner rather than later. I will get to the bottom of that. That is appalling. If you excuse me, I need to order something because I'm starving, but I will get back to this. I will finish this last 2 minutes. Anyway, no, hang on, let me just get something. What the fuck is even open now? Let's see. Sorry. I will keep talking in a second. I'll read out this guy's comment. Greetings from USA. Here is my channel tariff. Hell yeah, dude. That's sick that you guys call it a channel tariff now. Thank you for the $20. Hoping David Criswell gets booed out of Queensland soon. Guy's done nothing and hasn't kept any promises, as Liberals usually do. Yeah, well, I don't think that... Look, again, I'm bad at predicting these things, but maybe we will see. Ada can't. All right, there we go.
All right, sorry. I will continue on. Sorry, I just haven't eaten anything since breakfast. We will continue on with this. Right. Where was I? Yeah. Anyway. So, as a result of that, they were not behaving in the way that they did, so they just thought, all right, fuck you, go act like a private bank then, because you're not doing your fulfilled role. You are not doing your fulfilled main role. And the other thing is, weren't bailing out, say, when like Vic Bank just collapsed. Like the whole point of it was that the Commonwealth Bank was supposed to underwrite those loans and, you know, just keep those loans afloat. But they didn't do that. They just said, nah, I'm not going to be doing that. I have actually a quote from, because I've got these old files. Let me just find that. Yeah, leaves out the privatization. What was it? Where the fuck is it? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Deputy CEO Ian Payne at the time said, "We regard ourselves as being 100% commercially driven as an organisation." That was the quote from the Deputy CEO of Commonwealth Bank at the time when it was supposedly a government bank. It was just acting exactly the same that it was. And so it was just this thing of like, why do you get all these protection points that you don't deserve? That you are not helping out, that you are not being even competitive with. Like the main point that Paul Keating wanted out of all of this, which was great for Australia's economy, it created a complete backbone. It created, you know, the aspirational class that then started to think that they were Liberal voters because it moved all of these people out of the working class. This is the whole thing. This piece of shit is sitting there and saying that Hawke and Keating were just like these like neoliberal plants from the CIA or whatever. They're responsible for some of the biggest class movements ever. Like, show me another example of class mobility on this scale. He created like entire chunks of the working class and made them the aspirational class. They started to think that they were fucking Liberal voters. That's how well off he made them. And a big element of that was getting it to the point that the Liberal Party, the Commonwealth Bank would start putting out loans. And if you want to go further, if you want to just point out like you just shitty points of just like, this institution agrees with me that I like, so it's correct. And this institution that I don't agree with doesn't like, so therefore it's automatically incorrect. If you want to say that, guess who was pro the privatisation of the Commonwealth Bank? The ACTU. Again, the thing that you say, the Price and Incomes Accord was fucking over. They took one for the team on it anyway. They wanted the Price and Incomes Accord, but they also wanted the Commonwealth Bank to be privatised. They wanted that. Guess who wanted to keep it in state hands? The Commonwealth Bank. The Commonwealth Bank wanted to stay in state hands. You're on their side, you dickhead. You're like, if you're going to sit there and say, oh, the Property Council, they like the HAF, therefore that's the only thing that matters because the Property Council likes it. Don't worry about any of the other bodies. If we're going to use that same logic, the Commonwealth Bank, you nitwit, wanted to stay in government hands. Doesn't explain any of this. Doesn't even understand the main point, which is just like, the argument is not, this is going to stop it from acting like a private bank if you privatize it. Of course it'll fucking do that. What it is doing is making it act like a private bank instead of what it is, which was just protected by the state. And so it could act like a private bank when it felt like it. It doesn't solve the problem that you're even saying it was trying to solve. It wasn't trying to solve that problem. There is no solution to it. None. It's solving a completely different problem that you don't understand, nor do you care about. David Littleproud, more like David Littlecock. Nice one. I'm definitely the first one to make that joke, trust me. Yep. Take my shekels for your shiny coat. Also, if Christo performed Jewish circumcisions, would he be called Bristow? Yeah, obviously. Why did you even need to give me money for that? That is definitely what would have happened. I think ACU being good in the chat helps spike up your donations tonight. Well done. Also come to Tamworth. I want to pay money to see you live. Hell yeah. Actually, yeah, I will go to fucking Tamworth. I've never been there before. According to the same source I got from Barclay Fact from, there was a genuine discussion with the LNP to nationalise a gay nightclub to prevent it from shutting down. A state-owned gay nightclub? What the hell? Really? God, that is weird behaviour. Getting late. Going to read about the French Revolution before I go to bed. Sick.
Curious about your opinion on Punter's politics. I mean, I don't know who he is really. He just like once just came out and was like, "Oh, you did a video on me," and I was like, "Well, I mean, I've seen your moustache before, but like, no." So you know, I don't know, but I'm imagining that it's just the same as all these other whinge merchants like this guy here. It's just endlessly shitting on the government, not understanding the points at all, and like if you just looked at it for a second, they'd fall apart. As a former but again, I don't know. As a former North Shore private school kid, just wanted to say thanks for pulling me out of the hole that was the Liberal Party propaganda that you're fed in them. Any book recs other than the one from before. Yeah, honestly, if you wanted to look, see, this is the whole thing that is just so bad about people like, I don't know, whatever his name is, faceless fuck here. What is extremely bad about it is what Paul Keating was in this country was there's not going to be anyone like him ever again. Like, that man's genius is unparalleled in the world. Show me a world leader that is better than he was at everything. Like, that guy, it is honestly astonishing that every time I read something about Paul Keating, I think, okay, I think that I know Paul Keating, and then I learn something else, and I go, fuck, man, he was thinking like 8,000 moves ahead. While this idiot here thinks that he gets it, thinks that he gets holistically what was happening across the economy. He just doesn't. He doesn't understand any of it. And the reason is, basically, is because you need to read a bunch of books about Paul Keating. Like, Jim Chalmers is a brilliant treasurer, and I think he'll be the first to admit, no, Paul Keating, but the reason that he is a really, really competent treasurer is in just like second best in the world immediately off the mark, right? Why? Because he studied Paul Keating. He studied the master. He's got a PhD in Paul Keating. But again, he ain't no Paul Keating. No one is. We were blessed to have him. And it, again, the thing that I love about the union movement, the thing I love about the Labor Party is that intellect would have been absolutely wasted. It just would have been servicing cars or something like that when it needed to be exercised. That brain did incredible things for this country. If you really want to get to like your like very dumb, vague words that this guy would fucking get hard on, what Paul Keating was trying to do was outthink capitalism. That's what he was trying to do. And you gave him 20 or 30 years, he would have fucking done it, because the things that he did for this country were incredible. Like the stuff that we were just talking about just before, that's just icing on the cake stuff. Go read a bunch of shit about Paul Keating. Read any book that you can about Thinker and like The Big Picture Leader or whatever it's called, Confessions of a Bleeding Heart, like all of those. Just read them. Know that what that guy did was phenomenal. Like, I admit it straight out, I am nowhere near smart enough to understand what that guy was trying to do. I try to, but every time I think, all right, I get where the direction he was going, it's just like, nah, there's another massive layer to it. So that's my big recommendation for that. ADU fans in the chat completely unaware that Keating gave them the first world living standards while voting for minor parties that promised to unravel the system gave them good living standards. Exactly. They're just dumb as fuck. They're never going to change. They're just, look, for whatever reason, them having this shitty worldview that's just completely devoid of any fucking contextual thinking at all. This is the whole thing. Like, if they just thought about the wider context of what they're talking about, if they just read like a couple of counter arguments to their dumb points, they wouldn't have them. But they have to just keep defending their shitty points over and over again. Like, that guy is not capable of responding to this. What he is going to do is just cut little bits here and there out of it. He's not going to be able to respond to the main points of this. He's just going to chuck a swollen pickles like they all do. They just need to defend. So the whole thing is, the reason that they are doing this at the moment is because they've just attached to their ego that, like, I'm a revolutionary. I just like, it's so unoriginal, they can't even come up with their own thing. So they have to come up with something from the 20s and be like, I'm like that. And so, you know, it's like the world's moved on. Like, we're doing other things now, and they just can't accept it. Do you think that Sky News and News Corp's influence is fractured or falling, given the utter flogging the coalition has received in the election? Yeah, I think that's true. That's probably a fair thing to say, Matty J. Again, time will tell. Time will tell. We'll see what happens. Meant to say AU was a goon in chat, but autocorrect hates me. Oh, yeah, I'd love to see you in Tamworth. I will do a show in Tamworth, and thank you for the $5. Thank you for entertainment and insight. Further reference, what did you order for dinner? What did I order for dinner? Oh, this is fucked. A sneak peek. Yes. Anyway, sorry, we'll keep going.
Clearly it hasn't.
Yeah, this thing that it wasn't supposed to do.
You would have no
oh my
idea
god, it didn't
that this
do
is
it.
happening. it has remained hidden from view.
The point is, Friendly Jordies facilitates the problems he complains about. He will rant about how Murdoch controls all the media, that the Minerals Council and the property...
I've never said that Murdoch controls all the media. In fact, I've gone out of my way to say the other thing. The better point. Which he doesn't understand. Thank you for your entertainment and insight. Like, it's just like... Murdoch's influence over the rest of the media is his control. It's not like he owns everything, what this asshole's just trying to, like, you know, pretend that it is. It's funny that so-called communists don't understand their own books. Marx was a rich kid that listened to workers. These rich wankers hate the workers and want to get rid of the bottom class, not because of empathy, but because of disgust. Yeah, I really do think that a lot of it does boil down to that. Really, it does. It's just... they are not welcomed by their own class, and they know that the working class hates them, and so they just want that violent revolution so as many people die as possible. Like, I do think that this is the kind of scum that this man is.
Council throw around millions of bucks when they're upset, but then he champions a political party which is in no way committed to challenging that power.
You fucking piece of shit. Like, I'm sorry, but we've just gone through all of it. I don't need to challenge that point again. Like, he's just... wrong. I've given so many examples of them challenging that exact power. He even shows it and doesn't understand that he's showing that exact power. He shows a Sky News clip of Anthony Albanese defending his challenge of that power. That was massive. He's just wrong. He is wrong and he won't acknowledge it. That is a dumb point. And also, why would you say these such absolute terms that you can turn on their head? Like, without a shred of irony. Like, you're not joking or anything when you say this. That's seriously what you think. It's so stupid.
And is instead willing to break the back of organised labour in order to get it to comply with the ruling class.
That's what I do by telling people to join their unions. By everything that we've just discussed there. I'm secretly trying to destroy unions. You conspiracy nut. You are absolutely out of your fucking mind. No one... surely we don't need to address that. That is just a baseless accusation based off of fucking nothing. I doubt he's been to any changes with yours and... there's been any changes with yours and ours in Wollongong since your video on it. With that in mind, are there any plans to come to Wollongong City Diggers with closed renovations? Find me a venue. I need a venue because I'm not going back to fucking yours and ours. RAFW isn't technically a union, is full of annoying people, mostly young retail workers. SDA refused to do anything. The delegates didn't care. Even other right faction organisers dislike them. Yeah, dude, look, honestly, again, you could absolutely be right about this. I want to maintain some impartiality into it, but look, again, it's a very common union story. It is a common union story. It really is. Yeah, I've been watching you for years. Wanted to help out a bit. By the way, Warhammer, you're going to play Space Marine 2. Yeah, all right. Look, after we go through this insufferable turd, one day we will. Not tonight. I'm going to go to bed after this.
Jordan is doing the same with young, potentially disenfranchised people. He is trying to manufacture your consent.
You're just regurgitating like a really, really old narrative. That's all you're doing. And it's conspiratorial. And it's based off of like real jumps to conclusions that you can't answer, like the little intricacies in between it. And you just flat out fucking lie. Heaps. You're a real piece of trash. Like, you really are.
For a government which has no intention or any way it can really address the reasons why there are so many problems in our class society.
Class, there it is. There it is. There it is. He said class again, and that's why he's a better person. Bam, 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 bam. You are so good and so smart. ADU, you are the best person of all time. You are so much better than the entire UU movement. No answer to it. Just repeats the same thing over and over again. If I just don't acknowledge the things that the Labor Party has done, they didn't happen. Guy talks like he listened to you for just one of your videos while scrolling TikTok. Yeah, it's very true.
Jordan has only talked about the final stage of this line of thinking once.
Dude, like the more okay, look,
Okay, is this your grand slam, is it? This is what I seek. The same thing that he did with Keating. This is what he secretly meant, because I've got another out of context piece of like half-formed thought on a podcast. That's why. He's got it. He's got it. He's exposed me. The thing that I repeatedly say over and over again for 10 years, all wiped away because of one flyby comment. Let's see what it is. Oh, hang on, someone gave me $20. We'll see after that. I've used ad blocker on your videos for years now. Here's my repentance. Classy night. You're a classy act.
Lang is a cool character and everything, but the more like I read about him and look at like his fucking book titles, he seems a little fascist to me. Like he's kind of following the Hitler playbook.
Yeah, I mean, what was your giveaway? The moustache? Like, he was a cult of personality figure. He definitely was the closest to a fascist leader that we've ever had. But here's my counter argument. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Damn.
Like, dude, he got results.
AW,
you know, that's
Pantera,
what you really...
Pantera.
Yeah, that's right.
But you do, like, I truly think that is the way that you curb the cancer that is democracy. You really have to. You really have to have some really strong figure like that guy.
That's what he sees organised labour for. Both Hitler and Mussolini set up trade unions which existed to maintain a collaborative relationship with the state, headed by a strong figure and with business. Not only
See, you've fucking read way too much into that. You've read way too much into it. It's so, like, it's an aside comment that, again, because you're, like, autistic and you don't understand basic human interaction, you don't understand the obvious undertones and the fact that, like, when we were doing that, as you can hear by saying, like, Pantera, I'm deliberately trying to fish out a response from the AUWU, which you're just an extension of these assholes. You've got the exact same worldviews. You've just got those shitty trotty views. Like, I'm doing the thing that you have just fallen for, essentially. Like, this is really poor because, like, dude, that was the undertext of what was happening, while it's just filled with a bunch of verb. And on top of that, like, you've just taken it way too far anyway. What I'm saying is, yeah, people like chads. They like alphas. They like that shit. You have to give it to them. I think examples of that would be Melanouskas. I think examples of that would be fucking... Oh my God, I've forgotten his name. Yeah, Dictator Dan. Like, they want these kinds of leaders. I mean, look, Paul Keating, I think, would have just absolutely thrived in the modern age. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about forceful leaders that say, fuck you, this is the right way forward. You know, they don't like the namby-pamby bullshit. I suppose a counterexample to it, now that I'm thinking about it, which I'll just admit, like, I'll say that I'm wrong on my own path, which is that, man, Albo is the exact opposite of that. He's that real Howard, like, I'm just nothing, I'm just in the corner, and he just won a massive election, so what the fuck do I know? But that was my line of thinking back then, was just like, yeah, look at all these Chad alphas that are winning, you know? That's what I'm saying by, like, strong man.
Only does, as Geordie's overtly put it, perturb the cancer that is democracy.
Yeah, but yeah, you can sit there and we're like, oh my God, I've exposed him. He doesn't like democracy. I've said it like 1,000 fucking times. I've made it an entire stand-up show. You're really not, like, outing me on anything on this. Yes, I, like Winston Churchill, think that democracy is an awful system. You know? But, like, it's just such a trope. But it's the best system, blah, 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 blah. Right? But it is fucked. It means that people like you have the same vote as, like, a climate scientist. You shouldn't have a vote. You're a detestable human being. You pull this country backwards. Your views are terrible. You know? Like, I think that democracy is shitty. Sue me. I think most people agree. It is a slow, sluggish machine. It really is. But again, this is what we've got. And in that, I think that you should probably have some alphas in there that just have some fucking mad balls and they do Daniel Andrews shit and they're just like, fuck you, we're shutting down, you know, like, he's a dictator, whatever, you know, like, whatever you say, he got fucking results. He got results, and the thing is that in democracies, there are a bunch of pussies in there that just don't fucking push for things. So I'm saying the exact opposite of what you're fucking saying before. You want all of these push revolutionary things. When I point out all of these push revolutionary things, you say the other thing. But I'll again say, I actually do think, now that I'm looking back on it, I am wrong on that. Like, when I think about it, the conciliatory governments, like your Hawke Keatings, like your Albos, these were the ones that actually got things done. You know, I think it's just like you get swept up in the fact that Daniel Andrews and
You know, like Paul Keating and shit are just endlessly slamming cunts that deserve to be slammed. But at the end of the day, they're making a bunch of enemies, aren't they? And eventually it tips over. So, yeah, I don't even agree with my point there, but I still stand by the fact, yes, democracy is a cancer. In fact, my entire stand-up show, which I will be releasing, is just about the fact the only reason that we have parliaments across Europe is because once Venice started moving in, they realised, oh my God, it's way cheaper to fund elections than it is to fund civil wars. And so they started pushing that shit through. That's the only reason we have democracy. I'm just saying that we have like a very rose-tinted view of what democracy is. Obviously, it's better than like living under an authoritarian government. Well, even then, like, then you have to put in a bunch of fuckloads of qualifications, you know? Like, even then you have to put in a bunch of qualifications. But yes, it's a very nice, humane way of doing things. Yep. It's also slow. It's also sluggish. It also takes fucking ever to do fucking anything. Like, these are big, massive drawbacks of a democracy. So you can sit there and be like, oh, you said the bad thing, but like, this is sort of your view anyway.
But it fundamentally curtails, again, what Geordie says is the biggest threat to the ruling elite,
They don't
organised
understand
labour.
humour, do they? No, they don't.
It is not a coincidence that the logical conclusion of Jordan's position is fascism, because...
Yeah, but you're so stupid. You really are. Like, again, he found a sentence of me saying something deliberately to trigger people like him. Well done. Well done. Yep, on a podcast. It's like, do you seriously think that? Do you seriously think that I'm just like, yeah, I'm secretly just pushing for a Hitler? And then you're saying, like, you know who the Hitler is? You know who the Hitler is? Albo. Fucking hell. Like, again, he's just not... He's deliberately... Again, like, you know, just pointing out things that are just clumsily said, deliberately, mind you, on a podcast. And again, he's just moving away from, like, actual, tangible, real-world things, you know? So when I'm just sit there and I'm forced to think about it now, I'm just like, no, actually, I think I'm wrong. I actually do think that conciliatory governments like your Hawkes and your Albos get more shit done. It just takes longer to do. But they're kind of just working within the confines of a democracy, which is the system that we have. So there. But I do very much like the fact that if you have, like, everyone, this is just like a standard opinion that everyone fucking has. Everyone likes the idea of a benevolent dictator, which there are examples of throughout history, that just sit there and just like, all right, we're doing this, and then it happens, you know? But I understand that a lot of the time, you're just not going to have that. You're just not. You're just going to have a fucked megalomaniac psycho at the top. So yeah, democracy's better than that. It still has huge problems. Have you thought about how trans immigrants affect my grocery bill? Checkmate, bros. No. Biggest Chad Mark McGowan shut the whole state down. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Like those alphas. And again, like I guess it just depends on the style and the time. Like, yeah, like again, the reason that Jack Lang was so good and just so awesome for his time is the fact that he was doing it during the Depression. I suppose when there's like really severe circumstances, you need those strong cunts that just come up and they're just like, this is what's happening, you know?
To Geordie's, organised labour is only as good as how it serves the party, and the party is...
Yeah, so again, you just... No. Like, you have no basis for this. None. You're just saying things now that you wish that I thought. It's the exact opposite of what I think, you shit for brains. Like, I've said this 1,000 times. The reason the Labor Party is good is because it was based off of unions. That is the reason. I've said that so many times. And then you find me saying something deliberately inflammatory to trigger losers like you. And then you're just like, that's his opinion. That's what he thinks.
Isn't interested in destroying the system at the root of our problems, the system responsible for such a concentrated ruling class.
About? Oh my God.
They just want to be at the wheel. And that's what he's manufacturing consent for.
Yes. Okay. Vague words that mean nothing. That's how you ended it. Anyway, my snack pack is going to come. Again, the beginning and the end of this were particularly pathetic because it was just moving into the territory of just vague bullshit. I don't know, like trying to do some year 12 English degrees. I'm trying to look at these things at the moment. That's all he's doing at that point. That's it. God, that was fucked. Look at that. I had to go through 4 hours and 35 minutes for something that was 20 minutes long. That's how bad it was, you know? And again, even with that, I gave out the concessions of where I thought that he had a point. he is going to respond because he is that type of turd. I've given him what he wants, which is attention. Let's see how he responds, but I highly doubt that he is going to address any of the things that he was factually fucking wrong on. Anyway, stream over because I'm here. Thank you. Fuck you. You are not denigrating my opinion.